Good evening, everybody, and welcome to day one of the NIU Esports Huskies United Streamathon. My name is Alex, and I'm here with,
My name is Tim.
and we're both employees of NIU Esports, and we're excited to have a fun night one of our Streamathon. So, for those who may not know what we're raising money for, we're raising money specifically for the NIU Esports Scholarship Fund, as you can see on the screen here. It goes towards supporting students involved in esports. So even just a contribution of as little as $25 can support a student for 2 weeks. And we have a few matching challenges. If you take a look at our screen, once 10 unique donors give to the NIU Esports program over the course of today and tomorrow, and a $1,000 gift will be unlocked. Huge thank you to Dr. Rita Cachones for providing that matching challenge. There's also the MinzyCat challenge. A user by the name of MinzyCat is providing a $500 donation for every $1,500 raised over the course of the next 2 days. And last but not least, there's the Esports Warrior Challenge, where Sam Guerrero is donating $250 once we reach 10 donations of $25 or more. We have a very fun list of activities to do today. So we'll be starting off with some general video game trivia, and then moving into some GeoGuessr with viewers. If you're new to the world of GeoGuessr, it is a geography-based game where it places you at a random point on Google Maps, and you have to figure out where you are. And so there's different maps for that, including ones where it spans across the entire globe, or maybe just the country, the state, and even an NIU campus-specific map, which I'm excited to see how our players and how our viewers are familiar with NIU's campus. So it should be a very fun night, and we'll be capping off the night with two varsity match replays. One from our Rocket League team, a recent win against University of Illinois, and closing out the night with NIU Valorant's best match of the year, their regular season victory against Ohio, where they had a incredible second half comeback and won that match 3-1. So before we get started with our Kahoot trivia, let's take a look at some of the students that your donations will actually help go towards. So first we're going to introduce from our Rocket League team, Grant Goodson. Hello everyone, Alex from NIU Esports, and next up we're talking with Grant, or as you may know them as Moxie from our Rocket League team. Welcome, Grant.
How's it going?
So, Grant, what are you studying here at NIU?
I'm an accounting major, so I'm sort of like...
Hello everyone, Alex from NIU Esports, and next up we're talking with Grant, or as you may know them as Moxie from our Rocket League team. Welcome, Grant.
How's it going?
So, Grant, what are you studying here at NIU?
I'm an accounting major, so I'm sort of like... We're doing a few career things going on this week, and really just I'm trying to figure out that sort of path going forward. There's a few options out there. There's audit, tax, forensic, stuff like that. And I'm sort of just figuring out internship opportunities and trying to get my feet wet with some things. But I am hoping I become CPA certified once I'm eligible.
What's been your favorite part of playing for NIU Esports?
Definitely got to be my teammates. I love those guys. All my friends that I've met through the program, like even playing games outside of our actual genuine competition game, it's fantastic. It really helps you decompress from sort of the stresses of the school part of college. You sometimes forget about doing all that stuff. So the jokes, the laughing, we all share that same passion, and it's so much fun with them.
What's one area you've improved in since joining the varsity program?
I would definitely say my mental strength. So I know a lot of games that people play, and you sometimes hit that moment where you do something that you don't mean to do. And I know I've lost too many controllers, and I know my wallet doesn't appreciate that, but definitely it's helped me realize that there's a lot more to playing video games than just winning. So it's helped me remain calm, collected under pressure, and all of that things I can apply to my future job as well.
How has NIU Esports impacted you?
It's a huge part of my life. I'm proud to put it on my resume. I like to talk to recruiters about it. I like to tell my family and my friends. They're all super interested, and they've always backed me. it's probably one of the main reasons why I'm actually still at the school. Even our hockey team has struggled, and I've missed a lot of people back home, but our esports program has so much opportunity and like the optimism that everyone shares. It's pushed me to keep going, and it's kept me where I have a great surrounding community around me. Yeah, and knowing those people around you, it's like it makes you want to strive to be better for them.
So one more thing, Grant, can you share one of your favorite memories playing here at NIU Esports with us?
Okay, so unfortunately we lost this series, but I'm definitely gonna say it was our game 1 victory against Akron this year in the playoffs. We're going into that series. You got a team who's like 12-0. You're coming in as the 8th seed, and you're expected to get swept. They've only lost 2 games all year. Like, not series, 2 games out of those series, and coming in taking that first game, it really it motivates you, and it shows that you can hang with those top tier players, those players that could be considered professional. So it's inspiring. It's really exciting. Other than that, I'd just say the entire season. Really, there's so many fun and goofy moments playing with these guys. I really wouldn't trade it for the world. I love my team.
Thank you for your time, Grant. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Just introduce. And then next we'll be taking a look at Jamie from our Overwatch team. Hello everyone, Alex from NIU Esports, and today I'm here with Jamie, as you may know her as Flip Flop, starting flex support for NIU Overwatch. Welcome, Jamie.
Hi.
Jamie, what are you studying here at NIU?
Right now I'm doing business administration. Subject to change. I'm kind of on the fence. I might add on like a double major, some minors, but general area of business.
So what's something you'd like to do in the future in that general area of business?
I like working with people. I used to be an engineering major, and that was kind of one of my more bigger issues with engineering was just, it was mostly all solo projects and everything. So I really like interacting and working with people, so I guess mostly that. I just want to do that with, like, in the future with any kind of job I do.
Yeah. What's been your favorite part about playing for NIU Esports?
I think my favorite part would honestly be just like meeting all the people and everything. Like when you go into a game and you're versing other schools or whatever, you end up making a lot of friends on the other teams too. Like you'll start talking in like Gen Chat or whatever. But also then just making all the friends in the arena. Like we'll have Smash tournaments, and I know my very first day on campus, I think there was a Smash tournament here, and I just came and I was like, I'm really bad at Super Smash Bros. I've not played it since like Brawl, but I had so much fun even though I lost immediately.
Jamie, what's one area you've improved in since joining NIU Esports?
Probably my communications. I think a lot of the time I still do it, but I used to start like giggling all the time, you know, like I'll do something really dumb and then I'll be like, my bad. But now I'm definitely more about like actually communicating what I'm doing versus like just doing really dumb things.
How has NIU Esports impacted you?
I'm a junior, technically. But my very first 2 years of college were spent up at the University of Minnesota, and then I transferred here. So I went from, well, I'm from here, so, but I went from basically a really big city school in the middle of the snowy blizzard that is Minnesota in the winter to just complete unknown in the middle of the country and in the countryside or whatever. And it's a really big change. So I think just having like a really big group of people around me that all share similar interests and all share similar hobbies kind of really helped me with the transition. Especially because I'd be like, man, where's a good food place to eat on campus? And then like 8 people would be like, oh, here. Just immediately, like everybody is so positive and so close-knit and everything. It's really great.
Jamie, what's been your favorite moment with NIU Esports so far?
We've had a couple really, really good moments on the varsity Overwatch team. I really like interacting with our team. We have a lot of fun people on our team. one of our teammates has come in a full like banana costume before. Um, so I think us just kind of messing around, not in game, but messing around before a game or after a game or whatever, and our coach somehow tolerating that, along with all the shenanigans that we get up to. Like, we keep trying to guess what schools some people are that we end up versing, and we're like, WMU, Western Minnesota, Utah. And it makes no sense, but it's always so funny. So I think just my teammates, probably.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Jamie, and have a fantastic day.
Thank you, you too.
All right. So as we start heading into our trivia, we're gonna put our Kahoot code on the screen. We'll have instructions on the website you'll go to, so you'll join from any device that you have at home, whether that be a mobile phone, laptop, PC. You can join following the link and putting in the game pin. So we'll actually show that Kahoot code right now on the screen. And we will begin the game in about 5 minutes. We'll give everyone a chance to get in and get the brain juices flowing. So also worth noting, if you scan the QR code in the bottom left of your screen right now, it'll take you to our NIU Esports specific Huskies United page. If you do make a donation, it'll take a couple minutes for us to get it updated on our end, but your name will go up on our stream. Be loud and proud. Currently, it's me, and I would be ecstatic to have my name knocked off stream. So any donation amount is greatly appreciated and goes a long way towards helping students, no matter the amount. So we'll give everyone a few more minutes to get into the Kahoot game before we officially start things.
That's right, everyone. We want to see your beautiful name on our screen.
Absolutely. So we have a new donation for $50 from Jake Burnett. Thank you so much, Jake, for your contribution. We'll get your name right up on the stream. So we'll begin in just a couple minutes. We'll start at 5:19. So in 60 seconds, we'll get the Kahoot action rolling. So we'll get started in just a second here, but we actually got word of another donation from Kyle Bialas. Thank you so much for your $100 donation, bringing our total up to $200 so far. So thank you so much, Kyle.
I just want all our donors to know I will be dreaming of you tonight and your lovely donations and how much I love you. So remember that.
Every donation goes to helping students. All right, well, why don't we get started with our Kahoot fun? This will be up in just 1 second.
Yes, this Kahoot will be covering all sorts of video game trivia. So I hope all of you out there have been studying the textbook of gaming, and you are ready to bring your A game. I just said game way too many times. My English teacher would be appalled.
So we will get this started. Good luck to everyone, and let the general video game trivia fun commence. It's going to be split up into kind of two categories. One is sort of your video game history, and one will be more current pop culture. First question, we'll start off with a little bit of a, maybe not so much of a softball, but
Alex, you and I might have different definitions of a softball.
was this one not easy?
Not for me. I don't know. I guess I didn't study hard enough. I really didn't cram for the test. I should have. It was a pop quiz, guys.
Should have watched Ready Player One. Oh, I guess it wasn't. So Shigeru Miyamoto, creator of Mario. Gunpei Yokoi, a couple people answer that. You're close. That actually is the creator of the Game Boy. So let's take a look at Kyle. We have in first place right now. Rocket League best team, not too far behind.
Wonder who that is.
Wonder, surely wouldn't be a Rocket League coach. As we're waiting for this to get underway, we have a donation from Matthew Zabrowski for $25. Thank you so much, Matthew. Bringing our total up to $225.
We love
Great
to see
start
it.
so far. Sorry, Kyle, your name has been dethroned.
You can take it back, Kyle. I'm just saying.
Even as little as a $1 donation could get you on here. So, the first video game to feature a playable female human protagonist is Metroid, released in 1986. A little bit of movement here on the leaderboard. Let's go into our next question.
Look at that. Rocket League's the best team, and a Rocket League player is second place. Crazy.
Which of the following is not a ghost in Pac-Man? Answers are pouring in.
Looks like a pretty big consensus on Stinky.
Stinky is not one. So I'll give you unofficial bonus points if anyone in chat could tell me what is the fourth ghost name in Pac-Man. Yeah, Inky, Pinky, Blinky. Does anyone know the fourth one.
Todd.
No, not Todd. Not Todd the Ghost. Clyde. Jinx got it. All right, people know their stuff. You don't get any official Kahoot points, but you get points in my heart. Moving on to our next question. First video game to feature online multiplayer. I wonder if you can consider this the first esport. If it's online multiplayer.
Online multiplayer. That's a tough one. Islands of Kazmai. We got 2 people who got that right. 2 geniuses in the chat.
A little bit of movement, but overall Rocket League best team still on top. Someone thinks Rocket League isn't the best game. Now's their opportunity to prove it. Jerry Lawson. Actually, if you remember, a few months ago there was a special Google homepage for this band. I'm not gonna, without giving too much away, but it was a cool Google homepage. So removable video game cartridges. So yes, actually the Google homepage allowed you to actually program your own micro-sized video games. But Jerry Lawson, one of the pioneers and one of the early contributors to the video game industry. Kyle knew that one, got it ready in a hurry, so they move up a good bit.
Uh-oh.
PlayStation 1.
Ooh.
You're currently on 5.
Of course, if you are playing from home and you didn't get a chance to join, you can always play by yourself. And in fact, you can give yourself however many points you want for every answer.
So more people got it right than wrong. So people thought 96 was the release year for that, but that actually was the Nintendo 64's release date. So PlayStation wasn't releasing a lot earlier than people may have thought. Up 3 places. Charles Chuckster is climbed 3 places in the leaderboard. Still not on our top 5, but they're gonna get there soon if they keep it up. All you Resident Evil fans, hopefully
Resident Evil.
put that knowledge to good use right now.
Spooky. You know, Halloween is only about 7 months away.
Right around the corner.
7 months and 9 days. I got the counter.
$1996. On to our next question. Charles Struckler on the leaderboard now. They're moving up quick. But Jinx actually takes the #1 spot. Rocket League best team. Rocket League 3rd best team at the moment.
Jinx, for the record, is on the Rocket League team, so he counts. He's part of the team. It's a team.
Who is the publisher of the Dark Souls franchise, a game that I am too scared to play due to the extreme difficulty of it all? No, some actually might call this Kahoot the Dark Souls of trivia.
All right, Alex. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. Bring in our next host, Connor. Dark Souls players are a different breed, and it looks like
Dark Souls speedrunners. So is our audience for getting that. Majority of them getting that right. Bandai Namco Entertainment.
7 out of 11.
Rocket League best team back on top.
Back on top. That's where they belong.
Mario was not always Mario. What was his original name? Jinx's main has to know it. I think they do. Jumpman Mario. Charles Chuckster, I like that name, is on a streak with 4 right answers in a row. Keep it up, they'll be at the top pretty soon.
Sidekick called Tails.
Well, it's not Inky, Blinky, or Stinky, so I don't know if it's Pac-Man.
Inky, Winky, Stinky Tails.
So, almost everyone getting Sonic. The blue blur. No, correct answer is blue for Sonic. No change in the leaderboard there.
Ooh.
SimCity. So not the original Sims, but SimCity, the spiritual father of City Skylines.
I believe City Skylines is actually getting a sequel very
Yes.
soon.
I remember having a very old PC. Tried running City Skylines. I think it looked about more like a PowerPoint presentation than it did an actual video game. but half and half split. 1989, year of the first SimCity release.
Wow, that is much earlier than I expected.
Mm-hmm. Series goes way back, even further than I expected. Charles Chuckler on a 6 answer streak.
Oh
Dang.
my goodness.
Very first arcade game, 1971. What was it called? Be computer space. So Pong came out just 1 year afterwards in 1972, but technically Computer Space is the first ever commercialized arcade game out in 71.
Trick question. I think I saw a spin-off of this game called Office Space once. It was a movie.
Kyle in the lead, Charles Chuckler, 7 in a row. Very, very close to overtaking Kyle at the top of the leaderboard. They got their retro trivia down. So what was Sega's response to a runaway success like the Game Boy?
Sega, the people who brought us Sonic, would then become not only a video game character, but a movie star.
I'm surprised they didn't call it the Tails. But Game Gear was the correct answer, of course. Most of us got us right. Interesting enough, Game Gear not as successful as the Game Boy, without a doubt. I believe the Game Gear, if you were to run it on batteries, it took up about 6 AA batteries, and it lasted, I think, about 6 hours.
Whew.
So that Game Gear was burning a hole in your pocket, both literally with how many batteries it was taking, and then also financially with how often you had to replace those things. So.
Sponsored by Duracell, I guess.
But as we look ahead, we got another donation, a $100 donation from Pizza Salinas. So thank you so much for your donation. And that brings our total up to $325 for the NIU Esports Scholarship Fund. So greatly, greatly appreciate your support. It means the world to us. So, also got it right. Rockstar Games been around longer than you think. They weren't always responsible for making the Grand Theft Auto games, but that's kind of what put them on the map back in the late 2000s, or the early 2000s rather. move on. Charles Chuckler at the top of the leaderboard. But Jinx, 3 in a row, getting back into it. And they tell you how to color commentate for different esports, but how do color commentating a Kahoot updating leaderboard is an enigma. First video game console officially released, the Magnavox Odyssey. Almost looked like a mini arcade cabinet back when companies were still trying to figure out how to transition. How do you bring the arcade back into the home? That's why things like the Atari 2600 had that joystick with the single button. I believe it wasn't until the Nintendo 64 where there's an actual analog control stick that was able to be used on home consoles. But let's see how many of our players knew that. Most people did. Charles Chuckster still with a comfortable lead, but they could go away with just a couple questions. So move into almost the halfway point of our trivia. First game to be played in space.
You know, I love it whenever you look up best-selling games of all time, and Tetris somehow makes its way up there. But you look at it, and you're like, there's no way, like, original Tetris has sold this much, and you look up, they just count everything.
So Tetris was the first game to be played in space. But yeah, it's not Tetris. It's not just one. It's not just one copy or version of the game to be counted as Tetris. Anything is, including even the mobile version. So.
Yeah, but I don't count. When I'm counting sales, I don't count GTA 1 through 5 too. If you agree with me, donate to NIU Esports. We must end this madness.
If you disagree, donate to NIU Esports.
just say, put your name down as I agree or I disagree.
I agree or I disagree.
Yeah.
It'll confuse the foundation, but we'll understand. So, breaking the 5-digit barrier in points, Charles Chuckster, the
certified genius,
padding that lead, 11 answers in a row. They know their stuff. Battlefield 1. It's actually my first Battlefield game that I picked up.
Great game. Great game. Amazing soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you a hint. It is not the Spanish-American War. It's not an option.
Spoilers, Tim. Spoilers.
Just in case. We won't spoil who wins in the game either. Don't worry.
World War I was the answer. So remember, a lot of games back in the day almost defaults to World War II. I think Battlefield 1 was the first game that off the top of my head, I know that went to World War I instead of World War II. Charles Tuckler keeps getting them right. Kyle making a comeback of their own, 9,500 points.
W name in second place. Correct, Sappy Fiber. So I have no clue who that is.
It's a hardly debatable game, but there's a bit of a debatable question. But which of the following is generally among the gaming community to be considered the hardest game? So Contra, 1987. Back in the day, with NES games, the price of the games were so high, a lot of developers weren't sure how to make sure the consumer felt like they had their money's worth. So what they would do is they would just make the game incredibly hard, so it would take forever to finish. A notorious example of that being Ghosts and Goblins, also for the NES. Notoriously difficult game. Make consumers think they were getting their money's worth. We're still talking about it today, though, so I suppose it worked. So which console was the first to have a Super Smash Brothers game?
I did get to play Contra once. It was an emulator, and man, I can tell you, I can vouch. Difficult game.
The Dark Souls of its time.
Dark Souls of its time. Oh.
Barney's Hide and Seek is pretty difficult too, but not the most. Elmo's Number Adventure's up there too.
the ESC is the Dark Souls of collegiate esports conferences.
Nintendo 64, first one. That's obviously the original name of it, just being Super Smash Brothers, followed by Melee for the Nintendo GameCube. 14 question streak. Dang. Someone's got to take this person down. Rocket League best team on the verge of doing so. You do get points for answering the questions quicker too. It's not just if you get it right or wrong. So what is the name of the first video game to feature a boss battle? So the Game of Dungeons, 1974. A surprising amount of people getting that one right. It's something I definitely would have gotten wrong, but yes, first game to feature an official boss battle. Highest selling video game console. All of the ones you see here have done pretty well for themselves. But which one has done the best?
Alex, I'm puzzled as to why the Soldier Boy is not included in our options.
Didn't that thing get forced to get taken off the market pretty shortly after? So PlayStation 2 is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think one of the bigger reasons why the PlayStation 2 is so successful is that it also doubled as a DVD player. And so back in the day, when DVDs were kind of at their peak, it was considered to be a lot smarter of a decision to buy a PS2, to get the DVD player, and then also be able to play games along with it. So it was almost two for the price of one. So that really allowed the PS2 to do so successfully. Also had some good games on it, from what I heard. From what I hear, I was a PS2 owner back in the day.
Did you own DVDs too?
I did. Who didn't? Best-selling game of 2013. We're going back 1 decade. If you could believe that, if that makes you feel old. A decade ago, what was the best-selling game? FIFA 14 is not a trick question because that did come out in 2013.
2013, what a year.
Grand Theft Auto. And believe it or not, probably made noise in the sales charts almost a decade later because it keeps coming out on I think it came out for the PS5 too. So it keeps getting re-released, but 2013, the year that the game originally came out.
If you have a prediction for when GTA 6 will come out, put it in the chat. I'd love to see it.
Put your yearly, whatever year you think it's coming out, put that in the form of a donation to NIU Esports. So, moving on to a different category, more recent pop culture gaming-related questions. So, which region of Pokemon is the newest?
We should go back to Gen 3, Helen. How's the peak? Who doesn't love... just explain to me, Groudon's the coolest Pokemon. He's like a giant fire dinosaur.
I don't want to start a debate on best Pokemon, but I have a feeling a certain Gen 4 water type starter might be the best. But so Galar reason, only one person getting that right. I think was that Charles Chuckster's first wrong answer in probably 20 questions.
Wow.
So Rocket League best team moves back on top. But before we go into our next question, we have a new donator. Oakley Skeleton has donated $50 towards the program, bringing our total up to $375. So thank you so much, Oakley, for your very generous donation. So let's update those real quick.
If you would like to see your name up here, donate to NIU Esports. And even if you don't, please share the link. We always appreciate it. We're just trying to get as many eyes on it as possible. Just support the program. So we've grown so much in the last year. We'd love to keep growing.
Do that with your generous support. Move on to our next question. How long is Elon Musk's favorite games? Keep in mind, all these donations are helping towards our matching gifts. So to give an update on our matching gifts, the Esports Warrior Challenge, in recognition of the warrior spirit that exists in all of our varsity students, would receive 10 gifts of $25 or more. Sam Guerrero, employee at NIU, will give an additional $250. Oh, BioShock, one of Elon Musk's favorite games. Minecraft is one of everyone's favorite games. Who is this? So, get some questions here.
Oh my goodness,
You have to be.
it's Dad. Post Malone went through a lot of tattoo removal for this picture.
So Jeff Kaplan, the former game director of Overwatch, very lovable person in the Overwatch community, but obviously has extended their reach beyond that specific game. Rocket League best team, streak of 5 questions in a row. So congrats to them. We're getting to the home stretch. Not too many questions left. So what is the name of the flagship MLB video game series? A little bit of sports game trivia for y'all.
There used to be 2 MLB games, right?
There is, but there's only one now. Well, there's 2, but the other one isn't listed. The flagship poster child for MLB games. So MLB The Show. I believe the next version is actually coming out next week, I believe.
Wow.
MLB Insert Year here, that is just taken from traditional like Madden naming. There used to be an MLB 2K. I believe that stopped in the mid 2000s. And MVP Baseball was around back in the mid 2000s. MLB 2K stopping in the mid 2010s. Correction on my part, but 3 out of these 4 did exist at one point, but currently the only one that's really remaining is MLB The Show. A lot of people got that one right. Riley, best team, answer streak of 6, but kind of a 3-way battle going on for first place. Only 6 questions left. Which Minecraft parody song has the lyric "Creeper"? Oh man.
Of course, the song famously snubbed by the Grammys.
Unrecognized Revenge. Don't Mind a Night, Mind Diamonds, Fallen Kingdom. All existing Minecraft song parodies. Just to kind of show how much of a reach that Minecraft has on pop culture. But the answer is Revenge. I'm very proud of those who got that one right. If it wasn't a lucky guess. So which location on the Fortnite map was the first concert with Marshmello held? Not too long after that, Travis Scott had a in-game Fortnite concert, but Marshmello one was held specifically in one place. So Pleasant Park was location. Great venue, but wonder if Lala will ever move there. Looks like Lollapalooza will be staying in Chicago for this year. I believe the lineups were actually just announced today. Question 31. Which game has the total most cumulative streamed hours on Twitch? So in total, which game has the most viewed hours? A lot of very popular games down below.
Ooh. It's a tough one. For me, there's 2 games that I feel like either way, you know.
League of Legends, most popular game on Twitch as far as concurrent hours. I think a lot of it has to do with League of Legends Worlds being such a successful esports event.
League of Legends, of course, being the largest esport, pretty much video game actually worldwide. Maybe not as much in the United States, but throughout much of Asia and Europe. Just a massive audience.
Yes, very huge. Kyle, congrats. 6 answers correct in a row, but Charles Chuckster still on top. 4 questions left. So the following events had the largest audience online and in person. Mentioned a couple of these events before. So, League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational back in 2018. A lot of viewers, a lot of person in attendance. Getting to question 33. Which game's single event is responsible for the single largest prize pool in esports history? Dota 2, so those might be familiar with it. The Dota International, believe they, look it up right now, they had a prize pool of $18 million, almost $19 million last year in 2022. They sell a lot of in-game items as cosmetics, and a large portion of that goes towards the prize pool for these tournaments that happen once a year. So if you win a Dota International, you're set for a good while.
Step 1, get really good at Dota.
That set might take you a while. Dota's an incredibly hard game. Post Malone, known for playing which card game / video game? So all of these games, originally card games, but have all been turned into a video game at one point or another. Love that classic Kahoot music. Magic the Gathering, very popular. Post Malone. I believe we have one more question to go. Unless a miracle happens by getting more than the allotted points for a question, Charles Chuckster has this one in the bag. Final question. With the cost of $331 million, which game has cost the most to develop? Cyberpunk 2077, most expensive game to be made. It took, gosh, I think how long did it take? 7-8 years for that game to come out? Like,
yeah, at least, well, that's what I think from when they gave a
originally.
teaser, so probably even a little longer than that even.
So let's take a look at our big winner. So third place, Kyle, congratulations. A little less than 20k points. Second place, Rocket League, best team. One and only Tim. In first place, no surprise, with a huge hot streak in the middle. Score of 23,000. So congratulations, Charles Chuckster. And that will conclude our trivia portion of the night. So we'll take a tiny break. But one thing that's important to note, for those that are watching that may not be able to donate, completely understand. There's no pressure to donate, but at the very least, if you could spread around the Twitch stream, spread around our posts on social media, and the link that we have is dog.niu.edu/NIU Esports, and that takes you directly to our page. So the more eyes on our fundraising campaign, the better. So even if you're not able to donate, you could still make a difference. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. But while we're waiting for that to conclude, let's take a look at an interview with a large friend of the NIU Esports program, Dr. Levi Harrison. Hello everyone, Alex from NIU Esports, and today I am with Dr. Levi Harrison, also known as the Esports Doctor. Dr. Levi, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Happy to be with you, Alex.
Awesome. Dr. Levi, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do for a living?
Yes. Well, I'm an orthopedic surgeon here in Los Angeles, and I'm a hand, wrist, elbow, shoulder specialist. And my practice revolves around mostly athletes, and especially our community, gaming and esports athletes. I take care of a lot of them in my practice. And right now, it's only me. You know, there's so few doctors taking care of esports athletes, and I am the gamers doctor, thank God. So I'm grateful to be of service to our community.
How did you get into esports medicine?
Well, being a gamer since I think since I came out of the womb, it's just been a part of my life. So becoming a hand surgeon was a way that I thought. Initially I was an engineer. I worked as an electrical engineer, and I always felt like I could combine engineering with medicine to come up with devices to help people with hand injuries or other types of disabilities. And it just seemed to work out really well. Having that basic knowledge of physics and kinetics and kinematics, it just is a perfect match for medicine.
What are some of the most common injuries you see among esports players, being an esports doctor?
Oh, I'd say the most common thing that I see would be very intense stress. So the first thing would be psychological. It's stress. Severe stress, anxiety. Those are the two major things that I see. And then when it comes to more physical, it would be wrist and finger problems, especially thumb problems. There's a coin that I've termed there too. One is called gamer's thumb. And I see gamers and esports athletes, as well as climbers get this too, or they'll have locking of the thumb, and they'll have pain on the back, the dorsal aspect of their thumb, which is called decurvane stenosing tenosynovitis. So often when I see this type of tendonitis along with the stenosing tenosynovitis, which is trigger thumb, I call it gamer's thumb. And I see that really commonly with athletes. Because think about it, if you're playing with a console, or if you're playing on the keyboard or with a mouse, the thumb is really, really interactive to increase your APMs, your action per minute. So those are the most common things. I'd say thumb injuries, wrist and hand injuries. And sometimes, believe it or not, you see like people who come in with neck and posture issues because, often we're gaming. You don't do this, Alex, and nor do I anymore, but often people game like this. Their shoulders are rolled in front. Well, you really want to make sure that your posture is aligned, that your chin is up, your shoulders are squared, your back is straight, and that your hands are in what I call neutral position, that your wrist and your elbow are in the same plane of motion. Not flexed down, not extended up, where your wrist and hand are correctly aligned. Because if you're in an ergonomic position when you're gaming, it's better for your overall posture, and it's better for your ability to go even faster when you're gaming.
I try my best sometimes, but I could always use a posture check reminder.
All of us can, trust me, all of us.
And finally, Dr. Levi, what are some of the top things a gamer or an esports player should be doing to take care of themselves?
Oh, that's a great question, Alex. I'd say number one is stay as fit as you can. Number two, to avoid excess alcohol. Definitely don't smoke. Be mindful of your diet. Remember, I tell all my patients, from the athletes to the celebrities that I take care of, I tell them this. Some of them like this statement, some of them don't. And that is, you are what you eat, drink, and smoke. And I also remind them to not eat anything you're not willing to wear, because we wear everything we eat. A fit body looks fit. A body that's not very fit is not very fit because of how it's abused. So I remind them, number one, to be as healthy as possible, to drink a lot of water, take vitamins and minerals if that's needed, to consult with their own healthcare providers to see what they need, and also to do what they can to minimize stress in their lives. To have a gratitude program where you sit every day just for 3 minutes and write down maybe 5 or 10 things that you're really grateful for. And also mindful meditation, to really see yourself winning before you start gaming. So to really have maybe 5 or 10 minutes before the team starts to play together, just to sit and just tell each other, we're going to win this game, we're going to do this. To talk about it, to visualize it, to see it, then to execute and to do it. And then of course to stretch before you're gaming, stretch while you're gaming, and stretch after you're gaming. And there are a lot of stretches I have on my YouTube channel. You can join me on that. My YouTube channel, just my name, Dr. Levi Harrison. Because that channel, have millions of views by by so many people because it really will help you if you have issues with your hand, wrist, elbow, shoulder. It'll remind you also that your posture is important. You have to really maintain your posture. Spinal alignment is critical. So, mental health, overall physical health. We are what we eat, drink, and smoke. So to eat well, to avoid alcohol, to not smoke, and of course to exercise every day, and to have a mindful meditation or gratitude program. You know, every team that I take care of when I talk to them, like they often laugh about the mindfulness, but in the end, they see how it really helps them to transition that to winning in their competitions.
Oh. Thank you so much for all your time and your insight, Dr. Levi.
Oh, of course. It was a pleasure.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you, Alex.
All right. That was word from Dr. Levi Harrison. So thank you so much for him and all he's done for our program as well. Dr. Levi Harrison, the esports doctor. So up next, we will have GeoGuessr, which, if you're not familiar, is a game, geographical game, where they place you on a random point in Google Maps, and you have to try and figure out where you are. So we will display the join code now. We'll drop a link in chat, and you can join similar way that you would for our Kahoot. This one has an unlimited, or not unlimited, but a very large number of spots, so anyone and everyone are encouraged to join. We'll be streaming the game from our end, but I will probably be making wildly wrong guesses because I do not want to accidentally give anything away. Those players pouring in. So we will start this officially. We'll start this at 6:05. So we get players to come in. All right, we got 10 players right now. We have room for a lot more. So we'll put the link in chat one more time. We'll start at 6:05. So we have about 3 minutes if you guys want to stretch your legs, grab a snack, relax a little bit. We'll get right into GeoGuessr. So how it'll work, there'll be a few different maps. We'll probably do some of the world, some of just United States, some of just Illinois, and some of just NIU's campus that I personally made myself. So we'll get that started in just a few minutes. games. All right, we'll get into the games, but as we are on break, we get another very generous donation. So thank you so much to our most recent donor, and also thank you for subscribing. Those Prime subscriptions, greatly appreciate it. I believe we just got another donation from Anacles for $25. So thank you so much. That brings our total to, I believe, $500. I believe so. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for showing. I mean, anything and everything helps. So 400. Don't worry for not being there tomorrow. Looking forward to having you for our Mario Kart action. So tomorrow, to get a look at things, we'll be starting off with Varsity Mario Kart. So players from all 4 varsity teams will be competing to collect points for their teams to find out which of our 4 varsity titles are best at Mario Kart, because I know it's a question that keeps us all up at night. So following that,
Yes, don't forget.
following Mario Kart, there'll be another trivia night. That will be varsity specific trivia titles. So only trivia revolving around Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League, and Overwatch. So, and then we'll close off the night. Something I'm very excited about is the FPS Showdown. So our varsity Valorant team and our varsity Overwatch team are going to be competing against each other in their respective games. A best of 3 for Overwatch and a best of 1 for Valorant. Really excited to see the competition that goes on there. Our varsity players like to get competitive, so should be an intense matchup. And then after that, we'll open up. If there's time left in the stream, we'll open up the pickup games to all 4 of our varsity players. So, enough being said, we will get started with our GeoGuessr portion of the eating. And so, get comfortable. We'll be here for a little over an hour having some GeoGuessr fun. So let me just put this up real quick. All right. There we go. So actually, we are now at 500 in total. So that's excellent. So while we're up in this, you get a look at all of our wonderful players we have here today. So to kind of show, why don't we get started? Let's get started with the official world map, the bread and butter, as you will. We'll allow all these things because it is on a global scale. So you can move around, you can zoom in, you can zoom out to figure out where you are. Thank you, Heart of Oak, for the subscription. Thank you, Mr. Kevin Kyle, Ryan Boone, all providing a Twitch subscription. So thank you so much for your wonderful support. And I believe, actually, it might take a little bit to update, but since we did reach our first $500, we'll get started with the GeoGuessr first. Let me figure this out. But so watch the stream. Watching the stream is not necessary because everything will be shown on your player screen as well.
That's my backyard.
Sure does look like it. Get some fun desktop audio. So I personally will not be making very educated guesses because I am streaming and I do not want to give anything away. Not that I would know anyway, but it's quite a fun game if you haven't played it before. And these games are short and quick, so if you weren't able to get in this time, you'll be able to get in on the next game. So, I'm gonna say this is somewhere in Alaska, but I'm interested to see where it actually is.
You know that you're going to accidentally guess it perfectly one
I
time.
know I'm gonna get it.
Everyone's going to accuse you of cheating. Big scandal.
So we have about five guesses in. And this could be anywhere in the world for this map. Running low on time. 5 seconds left to guess. I'm quite a ways off, but it looks like the rest of us are not. So Heart of Oak, the closest, bagging themselves almost. So if you get within a certain radius with the world, you get a lot more points. Like very close, actually. Wow. Right down in good old Bloomington, Indiana. So we'll move on to the next round. So Nate, you can use context clues. So Oakley mentioned in chat they found a truck that said Bloomington, assumed Indiana, not Illinois. So correct there. So it could be anywhere in the world. This doesn't look like American architecture to me, but I could be wrong. And also before you think GeoGuessr does automatically block all of the license plates. So you can actually do some digging around these tunnels.
You can zoom in and out as well.
Yes. Might turn that feature off for other maps though.
Ooh.
Makes things a little more challenging. 15 seconds left on our clock. Make those guesses. This has to be an iconic building for the city. I will guess Brazil. I don't think it's Brazil.
Oh my.
Wrong.
That was very off.
It's right in Budapest. So from that round, League of Legends Team Epic had everyone beat by a good amount. Very close, but almost everyone, actually everyone getting in the range of at least Europe. They knew it was Europe. I got 9 points for that. Excellent. Again, round 3. There are 5 questions, or five locations per round. Oh man. This one actually sounds. I might be off by half a continent on this one legitimately if I even tried.
This is a tough one.
Some milk crates. What countries have milk crates?
Some trees there, okay.
Okay, Google. What country? Show me countries that have milk crates. We have farm animal spotting. This one being a challenge for our players. Only 5 out of 14 guesses locked in so far. I might make a legitimate guess here. I might say I think it's also somewhere in Germany.
Spain.
Okay. Or not somewhere in Belarus. So that round. Blaring Stairs 23. Excellent performance. So had a couple out of Spain, a few Italy, a few in Greece. It's interesting to see kind of the clusters of guesses of where people think it is, but to get everyone close enough to at least score themselves some points. So a couple Europe, one North America. Wonder where this next one will take us. You could tell me this is on the highway to DeKalb, Illinois, and I'd believe you.
Not seeing mountain lions, so I don't know.
Stumping a lot of people. You do have to explore a little bit.
GeoGuessr not making it easy.
This is also a 2-day streamathon, so we'll be back tomorrow, as mentioned earlier, 5 to 9 p.m. for day 2, but the Huskies United campaign closes at midnight on midnight tomorrow. So, unlike your Blackboard due dates, it is not 11:59. It will be 12. Ukraine. Actually, Ukraine. No one particularly super close, but that round specifically, Tim's 4Soda846.
Might be an old email that I signed up with, you know, look.
And it's something that I was actually talking about with a couple people the other day is old usernames, because I think a lot of people, their gamer tags, we'll get started while we're on this unrelated tangent, but a lot of people have their old usernames that are, they don't currently still use them. So if any of you have a old username that you don't use anymore, it's kind of a throwback to a simpler time, drop it in chat. I love hearing people's original usernames. Mine was Piplup41775, so to give you an idea of where I'm coming from. It's a very populated city of some sort.
They certainly speak a funny language here.
Or any amount of donation goes an incredibly long way to helping NIU Esports, I think. Let's guess Paris. There was a store called Paris, but now that I think about it, that seems very tacky to have name of your city in the city itself for a store. So Kyle, one of our very generous donators from earlier in the night, a little bit of karma come back his way. Top of the round, but top of the leaderboard, Blaring Stereos 23 wins the game, 18,000 points, so nice 3,000 point lead over everybody else. So congratulations to them.
Stellar performance.
Yeah, so why don't we move into something a little more specific? Let's go into just the United States. I believe it's the same code for everybody. So leave everyone. We'll wait till more people get into the lobby itself, so we don't leave anyone out. So the more faces we have in color, the better. And for those that may want to join, we'll leave this up for a tiny bit longer, but you can go to geoguesser.com/join, enter in the code 6ZUX, gets you in the game and lets you join us. You could do this from your mobile device, but I know it might be a little easier if you use a laptop or a PC. But get a couple more players in here. We'll start in about 15-20 seconds. Before we get started, we're incredibly close to breaking 2 of our challenges. We're very close to unlocking a $1,000 gift from Dr. Cachones. That'll be for $1,000 once we get 10 unique donors. We're at 8 currently, And the Esports Warrior Challenge, Sam Guerrero is generous enough to give us an extra $250 once we reach 10 gifts of $25 or more. But, you know, if you're not able to give $25, if you're only able to say give 10, any amount is greatly appreciated. So we will get started. Let's test out some USA geography. Don't know if I've seen this on the side of a highway recently. So it should be a little easier this time. You only have United States locations to work with. Hmm. 10 seconds left for viewers.
See how close you can get.
You know, I'm. Really, so everyone pretty close except me. Some people extremely close. So they tracked down the community college signs, figured out where it was. And then a lot of people doing very well. Ghostface's wife, currently in first place. Nice little quaint small town.
Ooh, a roundabout. Okay. It's unique.
It's in Illinois. I think out of one hand how many roundabouts I've seen in this state. But I'm personally, I'm a roundabout defender. I think they're far superior to your intersection.
They scared me a little bit at first, but you know, I got a little more used to them. Just like those, you know, on expressways, how like the lanes will cross over, do that X. That was terrifying, especially Route 88 in Naperville. That was terrifying the first time I did it, but now, yeah, you know, it's not that bad.
Back in my hometown, there's a 6-way intersection that gets pretty confusing around rush hour. Justin Davis, if you're out there, I hope you do well on your Register of Deeds election campaign. A very large small town vibe here. Left. I don't feel too confident in this one, but okay, right outside of Nashville, Lebanon, Tennessee. Kyle, most accurate on that one, and puts him in the lead overall. found any interesting with your research, Tim?
You know,
Anything that gives it away without giving it away?
it's tough because, like, you know, you're in America, but you're like, and the problem is every town looks just a little bit familiar, right? You're like,
I feel
well,
like
you
could have
know,
been in any of these places. They're driving on the right side of the road, so
that is true.
and that helps us out a little bit.
Speed limit of 30. Okay.
You know, this looks like your average, maybe Midwestern town.
I found one last thing
Oh, that is a
at the last second that
East
said
Coast.
Philadelphia.
Whoops. Oh, that brings us to the actual Google Maps location. So that's right in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. I've never been there. They got great cheesesteaks, though, I gotta say.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Heart of Oak, top performer that round.
You know,
Everyone on the right half of the country.
apparently an authentic Philly cheesesteak has cheese whiz in it.
Players saying hi. Whoa. Okay.
Okay. Oh.
I like this. This is fun.
Where are we? My
It's a
goodness.
theme park of some sort. Big question is which one. From this, I get a very large Legends of the Hidden Temple vibe. If any of you remember that show from Nickelodeon. It's like we're actually in the lines. You can eat at the #1 theme park restaurant in the world. 6 years in a row.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I've heard a lot of people make that claim. Oh my. So,
I think I actually have a pretty educated guess myself on this one, where this is at.
I seriously feel like there's a very decent chance that there is someone in the chat who has been to this park. Statistically speaking, it's extremely likely. I'm gonna go with the safe bet, but I'm not really sure where it is.
I'm not sure. I believe it's somewhere. I believe it's. Oh.
Yes, it was. Looks like Universal, I think.
Yeah, I believe I saw a sign that said Universal.
Oh my goodness, someone was extremely close.
Kyle Heart of Oak and Pizza. 3 of our lab attendants are right on the money. Gets the perfect score of 5,000 points. But even our quote-unquote worst performing still with 5,900. So nice work, everybody. Final round for Bagel Bagel going back in September. Had a fun time. I've always wanted to check it out. Now this is like. This feels like it could be Illinois.
Nice fall colors. Oh,
Oh.
they just changed.
Huh.
I saw something that said like it was a street that was like Liphorn Court, and for a second I saw CT and I was like Connecticut.
And I accidentally leaked the city name on stream.
Oh.
Well, you know, through my own geo guessing, zooming.
I see it.
This one might also be familiar with people. Beautiful fall scenery.
Becomes summer. I'm just stuck in a neighborhood this whole time.
I don't think we're getting out of these suburbs.
I do not believe so.
I think we're in Norman. No, I'm joking. Not Oklahoma. I'll give that much as a spoiler.
You know, I'm just gonna go somewhere in Illinois because I feel like it could be familiar to me.
Correct. You're right.
Oh!
Is Naperville.
Oh my goodness.
Saw it on a garbage can. I'm sure others might have as well. Everyone got pretty darn close. I instantly zoomed in, said Naperville in the garbage can. I was like, oh. Congratulations, you win Illinois trivia. We'll go back to or you win United States trivia. I think something that will be fun to explore around with. is actually to do an Illinois map.
Illinois.
This one's only in the region that we all know and love. Fun fact about Naperville, actually, for the last guest, there is an NIU campus in Naperville, so not too far away from familiar territory. So we'll give everyone a 60 seconds to get ready for the next game.
Yeah, better study up on your corn hybrids for the 50 cornfields we're about to go past.
I already have a feeling that one of these 5 will almost certainly be a 2 or 1 lane highway with flat plains on either side.
Yes. Calb is a variety of corn, so I'm just saying. Shout out to
the game code, if you'd like
genetics.
to join 6ZUX, we'll also put the link in chat for everyone to participate in. Hope everyone's having a good time tonight, raising money for a good cause, supporting student success here at NIU Esports.
Don't forget all the soybeans we'll see. That is also true. Corn and soybeans.
Excellent exports out of our wonderful state.
We also Illinois, the largest pumpkin producer in the U.S.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh.
They didn't tell you that fun fact in high school?
No, never learned that. No.
I had I mean, it was like the pumpkin lobby. I don't know. They came into my classroom and they gave us a newspaper and like the ink was made with pumpkins. I was like, wow.
Tim, I think you're a victim of pumpkin propaganda.
Yeah, big pumpkin got to me.
The big pumpkin.
Have you guys heard about pumpkins? The great
Alright.
pumpkin is real.
We'll get started into our Illinois game. If you're not in now, don't worry. After these 5 rounds up, you'll have another opportunity to join us. So Illinois only trivia. Excited to see what we all do. I wonder if anyone's hometown or even house is gonna pop up.
So we are going to end up in someone's backyard.
If you see your house on here, drop it in chat.
Yeah, just put your address.
Well, please do not put your address in chat. But I feel like you see these style of buildings in a lot of different places. Pumpkin lobbyist, you're right. Just Kevin Kyle.
Okay, I see a Porsche dealer, so some are nice.
There's a dog on this premise, so maybe you could find a city with a dog in it.
Reports are coming in.
I'm not getting a lot of help here.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the boys back home.
Maybe if we look at the sun positioning, we can estimate what time of the day it is.
Yeah, let me go pull out my sundial.
Oh, they have yellow fire hydrants. Repeat, yellow fire hydrants. Dead giveaway.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
Yeah, Tinley Park. I know. Roland Hills.
When in doubt, honest to God, you're probably gonna want to just
Somewhere
guess around Chicagoland.
Yeah, somewhere where there's a little bit of gray. But well, not too far off. So I'm guessing right on the border. But pizza,
Even forward.
the top performer that round. And as you can notice, since the map is smaller, the points are scaled a little differently. So the more you're off, the more you'll be penalized. For example, the NIU map, even if you're off by 10 yards, you won't get the perfect score. So you have to be the smaller the map, the more precise you have to be. So let's move in. Wow, another suburb.
I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of those. This looks like more of a rural town than a suburb, to be honest.
One clue that will not help you is if you find a subway, because it feels like every single town has a subway in it.
Subway does have the most locations out of any fast food.
There will be, if there's a town that has 2 buildings in it, it's guaranteed that at least one of them will be a subway, if not both.
There is a waste management truck, so I'm just saying if you can find towns that have contracts with waste management, you're halfway there.
Some fun scooter action going on. 30 seconds left. Only one guess, and this is stumping a lot of people.
Okay, found the town name. Now the question
Now to find the town.
is,
I did not do a lot of digging, but we'll just guess somewhere.
anyone happens to know what Galesburg is?
Oh, that is not close. Someone got really close.
Hell, maybe someone's. Oh, we got quite a few
Actually,
people.
no. 3 people got the exact city.
My goodness.
Good job to them. Next Reloaded League of Legends team that they can be chillin'. Nice work. There we go. There it is. I called it. one lane road, corner on the other side.
Good luck on this one if you
know
figure
what?
it out.
I'm gonna guess. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess the Calb. I have no context clues to tell me to confirm whether it is, but I think it would be hilarious if it was. Guess one of the back roads. There we go.
Wonder if I could just go down this road the entire time and not see anything except maybe a single house.
Yeah, Jake, that happens to me a lot playing GeoGuessr. You find the town name, but you don't really have enough time to dig for it on the map. I see you're still crawling down that road, nothing in sight.
Yep.
If you're lucky, you might find a Dollar General.
I know, water tower, a sign. Okay, this is a no passing zone, so. If anyone can accurately guess this, I will be extremely impressed.
This is not one you use the Chicagoland area on. So, what city are we looking at? Paxton Loda. Elliott, okay. Pretty close to Champaign. The Chillins GF. Nice work. 2,900 points, but not too many people that were very close. No one got the city, so one that stuck people. And wow, look at this. Got your corn, yeah. We have to look for specific strands of corns. Hey, I think this is soybeans. That might be corn. Hey,
I think it's
that's-
just corn.
this is the true test. If you cut Illinois in half, I think you're safe with betting about 90% of the bottom half.
Couple more houses this time.
I would not be surprised if what I'm looking at right now is the tallest structure in this city. Just guess the Cal quickly for the points. I like the strategy.
I think it's an outer suburb of Chicago, or maybe on kind of like the outskirts, a little past them. That's my guess. Okay, no, just kidding. It's Rockford.
Oh, right north of Rockford by Roscoe. Someone very familiar with the area. Perhaps saw their own house. Oh, I know Bagel familiar with that area very well. For well scoring on that, nice work. Everyone else not even close. Did have a few people following the strat of the DeKalb guesser, a couple people following my advice of going Southern Illinois. Final round, but I think I'm having fun with this one. I think we might do another Illinois one afterwards. Bagel saying this is literally 5 minutes from my parents. That's fun. So you actually driven down that road before. Malnati's pizza. in
Well, we
the
know they
city.
got good taste.
Everyone, what's your favorite pizza place? You could drop it in chat. I'd love to know. I know it generally what most people like, but sometimes the general population changes their consensus a little bit. What's the best place? Let's say the best place to get Chicago-style pizza.
Giordano's.
You got Giordano's, you have Nancy's, you have Lou Malnati's as options.
Gino's East.
Gino's East, I don't think I've ever been there.
Oh, yeah, I go there.
They have a Starbucks. I guess somewhere. Definitely Chicagoland area vibe. Wasn't too far off.
Yeah.
Some people very not far off. Might be a few people's backyards. Very close. Nice work. Wow. Bagel again. Had the most accurate guess. Giordano slaps on a good day.
So, whoever said that.
So very close game. Less than 100 points separating second and first place. Less than 200 points separating first and third. So congratulations. We'll get right back into the action. We'll do another Illinois one. I had a lot of fun with that.
You know, can we get a little more time, like an extra 30 seconds? I think just that little bit so I could go when I find, the town called Port Barrington. I'm like, all right, well.
Chat, what do you think? Should we increase it by maybe 10 or 20 more seconds, or keep things relatively the same? Hertz. Oh, I'm nervous now.
Oh,
Hertz,
no.
Hertz,
Did Alex just join?
Hertz has joined the lobby.
All right. Well, F in the chat for all of you.
Notorious GeoGuessr odd.
For the record, Alex is on the Rocket League team, and we're going to call this a team-based game.
So start collecting points for Rocket League.
Yeah.
But thank you, Hertz, for joining us.
Once we get a competitive GeoGuessr as our next esports title, we're, Ball State better watch out.
And we'll go up in the banners. We'll put the link again in chat for people who want to join us. You can get in on another game. There is no limits to how many games you can play with us. We'll be doing this for another 45 minutes, roughly. We'll be doing a couple games of NIU, but like I said, when I was building the NIU map, I learned that GeoGuessr doesn't actually pick a random place. They have kind of points of interest. And so there's a very limited number of points that will be shown on the NIU map. So we'll have maybe one or two plays of that.
Is where we are right now perhaps a point of interest? The NIU Esports Arena?
Could be. I've never seen anybody with a Google Earth cam come in, because I know for large places of interest, they'll go on foot and take footage of inside, museums or historical buildings. But I don't know if I've seen anyone go into Alt Guild Hall.
Well, everyone here, make sure you send Google a letter. Let's get that fixed. Let's get some 360 cameras in here. Map out the place.
All right, we'll get started.
Oh my, okay.
An older Google this one.
100% DeKalb, you know? There's a sign that I just simply cannot read.
I think we're looking at the same one.
Yeah. Oh, yep. That's it. That's it.
Geo guessing this one especially difficult by making every piece of text legible.
We're just gonna have to use our senses.
Kyle very confident in his answer.
Wow. Okay.
Locking in right away.
Yeah, for the record, if you put a point on the map, you don't have to click guess. These 47 pixels look amazing, but
I think it's my new wallpaper.
if
You were saying.
if you have the point on the map, it will auto guess at the end. So that way, in case you want to put a thing on the map for now, while you continue to browse the corn.
Don't get lost.
Yeah. If I see any children, I'm running. Guess.
Do the old Southern Illinois strat.
Yeah, I think this is honestly pretty for South All right, well, don't listen to me, what do I know?
I don't think anyone was particularly close.
Grant
Kyle
Park.
locking in first and was the closest, but everyone pretty far off. We will all do better. Boy, these Illinois ones. I was joking about the chord and the single lane roads at first, but this is getting ridiculous. I think we'll swap halves after this. Our state, it's got a lot of beauty to it if you look in the right areas.
Can't tell if my camera's moving. Very true. I tried going one direction and it kind of just stopped me. So
That's the end of the world map.
the government doesn't want you to know this, but
A bit of an overcast sky.
someone check the weather report for. June 30th, 2014.
Not a ton of help. Would someone even familiar with the corn, the owner of one of these people, to immediately tell it was their corn? Just an image of the corn, like, that's my brand. I don't know. I think this one stumps a little bit of all of us. Oh no, some people are not even from Illinois. Don't worry, even if you are in Illinois, I don't think I'll make this one much easier. Some people pretty close.
Looks like it was near
Blaring
Winona.
Stereo's
or Evans.
23. Near Evans. Good stuff. Oh, hey, look at that. Architecture.
Okay, wow.
Nice welcome
Building.
change.
My goodness. Now, where did we get dropped? Ooh, okay.
Yeah, don't park here. Feels like there's two types of guesses. There's the Chicagoland area, so there's everything that's kind of gray here, and then there's everything else. There's not much in between. This might be by my old dentist. $4.59 a gallon. I don't think I'm giving too much away by guessing something like this. Something around these lines. So everyone get their wish granted. It wasn't a one lane road.
off.
Some people are very much not a bit off, only a block away. Bagel. Almost getting the perfect 5,000 points.
This is fair. This is like literally Connor's house. I'm pretty sure.
Right on the island. Right there. And we're back to the comfort. But at least we have some timely signs to help
Wait,
us.
we have a sign. That's. Ooh, okay. Route 34. That's actually my favorite route, by the way. Second place is, of course, Route 30. Great route.
There's a hospital nearby. I don't think this would be a DeKalb guess. It's a tricky one. Oh, nope. Wow, okay. Almost another perfect score from our director of esports. Finding that very quickly.
Ooh, I-39. I do hate I-39, though. It's a poorly maintained road. Unlike I-55, great interstate.
Where's the Amtrak stop? So it's time for a final round to cap off our Illinois pleasantries. And look at this.
Okay, this one's not as bad, you know.
There's traffic. Huh?
A single car, but you know, yeah, you know.
You following? I wonder if this red truck knew that they were being followed by a Google car. Very nice summer day though. This was taken. I don't know if everyone familiar with you, I guess what is your strategy to do in this? Do you just keep moving along until you find anything worth of interest? There's an Mallory Road. That narrows things down. And I think we're right around the river north side of Chicago right here.
Yeah.
I think we'll guess Pawpaw, Illinois. I like the name.
Papa. Ooh.
It's not Pawpaw. Huh.
Actually, it's
Someone
Illinois.
had a good guess. Ghostface's wife, nice work. I'm in dead last. Epic, proving yourself very worthy on Illinois trivia. So, the fun will continue. We'll get map that I personally created. Be warned though, because since GeoGuessr does pick things randomly and there's not a lot of large pool to pick from, there might be the same location 2 times in one game. So to make things a little harder, we're not going to allow moving, we're not going to allow zooming, and we're going to go 1 minute.
Ooh.
But the difference, you need to make sure you're very accurate with your guesses on these ones, down to the pinpoint, because enough enough distance, even just a handful of yards, will make the difference between a perfect 5,000 and something that's not quite. So we'll get the link in here. We must say we received an anonymous donation, undisclosed amount, does bring our total up to $550. So thank you so much. And since that was an anonymous donation, your name unfortunately will still be on the board. But if anyone is interested in having their name on stream, be sure to donate any given amount. And any amount that you donate goes a long way into supporting our students.
Yeah, we appreciate you all. We appreciate you all joining us on the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you're having a lot of fun. Hope you stick around. We got some more stuff to do tonight, and then of course, make sure you join us again tomorrow. Share the link. We appreciate any help.
Yeah, relive some of NIU's biggest wins up in just a little over 30 minutes here.
Some never before seen footage.
Some never before seen footage, correct? Our Rocket League team's win against University of Illinois was not on stream, so first chance to watch it here tonight. So why don't we get started with the NIU specific trivia? This one's the one I'm really excited for. But there's no zooming, no moving allowed, so. Familiar spot for many of us.
Oh, I can't move. Shoot.
Yes, correct. Cannot move.
Just made it a lot harder. Okay.
Good.
I believe we are right here.
I did not get a chance to really put in my guesses. But I know this is the RC Alumni Center. We'll see who's closest. Wow.
I was really that on.
See,
dang.
4 people got perfect points, but even someone is on the correct street, almost at the right exact spot, did not get 1,000 points. So, Heart of Oak, X Reloaded, Kyle, Bagel, all perfect scores. Here we have our next point of contention.
Ooh.
Everything is NIU. This is not just this is not DeKalb generally. This is just within the confines of what is considered to be NIU's campus.
This is definitely a lot tougher.
Yeah, it's not as easy when you can't move around. See, the guesses are coming in faster than they have in the past. So, I mean, with no moving, no zooming, there's not really much else to look at. I guess people get their guesses in right away. But this is going to be, I believe, right around there. Oh, and that's our actual location. So, if you were allowed to move, you could see the new hall buildings being right there. So, a couple people keeping their perfect scores going. Bagel and Kyle, both with a clean 10,000 points. Next building might be familiar to some of you.
All these pictures look so nice and vibrant.
Mhm.
I wish we got those colors when we were in school instead of it's. Well, the fall is very nice around here, but
It is.
unfortunately winter is a bit drab.
It's a bit rough. This is. Wow. Some people were very, very close. But that's Husky Stadium. I think everybody, even if you were far away, you knew the general area. So nice work, everybody. Going around for. See, like I said, there are some repeat ones. It is. I believe there's 13 locations in total. This is the exact building and door I walked through on my first day of working security for NIU football. That's fun. Experience comes in handy. So, I mean, it's no, it's not much of a spoil to guess that it is somewhere right around here. Well, then I will go to back in Philadelphia in case I don't want to give the answer way too much. See, look at these.
It's a nice house. Trampoline, those are pretty fun.
Dangerous.
Yeah,
I
they're
was
fun.
I was personally a household that was not allowed to have a trampoline. It's honestly probably for a reason.
Oh, it's perfectly fair. You know, we would sometimes like to, you know, you do the double bounce, see how high you can get someone. It's like, well, not the safest.
So still with the perfect game going. Kyle and Bagel.
Can they finish
Still.
it out?
One more guess. This one this one will be very easy with moving, but I'm excited to see. This is, believe it or not, NIU's campus.
Just remember, Alex said this is very easy. I have
I thought
no clue
it
where
is
we
if
are.
you can move around.
I-
Welcome to the chat, Orange Frozen Water. You can join us. We're doing some GeoGuessr games. Welcome for anyone to join in.
wonder if this is like the one part of campus I never go to because I'm a business student, so I'm basically always in Parsema.
Yeah, maybe.
Where is this? The way you phrased it, though, I feel like it's like if I turned around, it'd be like the student center or something. I'm gonna look like a bit of a dum dum.
So you said the only location you went in was Parsema?
That's not Parsema. What?
Let's take a look at the
Aw.
Google Maps and see what happens when we turn around. So
Are those
see-
trees still there?
Probably, maybe.
Are
maybe.
they? I don't
But
know.
it is
Those are
Parsema
to me.
Hall. It's a nice work.
And I look like an idiot. For the record, I do go to class.
But to be fair, for those who may not be familiar with NIU's campus, when you walk to Parsema Hall, you're usually coming from this direction, and not many people come in from the direction that we were facing. So I'm not gonna give Tim too rough of a time. I just thought it was funny when you said.
No, it's over. I'm getting clowned. It's okay.
Kyle with a perfect 25,000 points. Congratulations. So, how do you join? Well, I'll show you. We'll do one more of the NIU. There might be, actually, I'll say there probably will be some repeat.
Should we do a world come back to the NIU then, so it's a little more fresh?
Yeah, let's do that. Good idea.
Let's do a world.
We'll go back to around the world. We'll increase the timer again to a minute and 30 seconds. And we'll let you move. We'll let you rotate. And we'll let you zoom because I'm feeling nice today. But to join, you can follow these instructions by going to geoguessr.com/join or enter in the code. Otherwise, you can click on this link in the chat and join there. So, if you're new to the world of GeoGuessr, it drops you on a random point on Google Maps. And you have to guess where you are in the world, country, state, or on campus, as we had the last game. More players joining. Racer from our Overwatch team. I thought they were in a scrim. But perhaps they're waiting for the scrim to start. get started in about 10 seconds here. Jackson as well. Looks like Overwatch has a bit of a break right now. So we'll get started with the geoguessing right away. This is anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world.
Not limited to the United States or even Illinois. We are just one gift away from unlocking one of our challenges. So once 10 unique donors donate to the scholarship fund, Dr. Cachones is going to donate $1,000 towards the fund. And if that gift is $25 or more, Sam Guerrero will also donate an additional $250, which will put us well into the quadruple digit range for our scholarship fund. So if you're watching right now and want to get that over the edge, see our donation total jump up a good bit, donate today. This feels like America. Where? I don't know. I'm gonna guess. This feels like the East Coast. Somewhere else. I was wrong. That's Canada.
My, wow.
Wow, I was not close at all.
Alberta.
Who was the closest? Blaring Stereo's 23.
Alberta bound.
work.
I wish to be Alberta. Tell us in chat if you love Gordon Lightfoot.
This neighborhood is a vibe.
I'm thinking this one's not America.
You sure? I feel like I've been here before.
There's a Coca-Cola vending machine, so you know, I mean, on the second thought.
You know, Altgeld Hall has a vending machine. It might be Altgeld Hall.
Oh, shoot, you're right, okay. It's actually where we are right now.
Also, someone did note, this will lock the first stage, also another donation, will unlock Dr. Cachone's matching gift, unlock the Esports Warrior Challenge, which in turn will unlock the first tier of the Mincy Cat Challenge, which also means an additional $500. So, if you're interested in making a $25 donation be worth $1,700, or over $1,700, you can make a donation today. Altgeld vending machine is the clutchest thing known to man. Yes, yes. Next to a few players on our varsity teams, the vending machine comes in clutch. This is somewhere in Japan, did not guess, but right on the outskirts of Tokyo we are at. So, pizza delivery for you, nice work.
Some of you are too good at this game.
Tropical area. I will be right back while we have this timer going on. Tim, you'll be in charge for the time being.
Oh, I'm in charge, alright. It's about time. So I can finally say whatever I want about everyone. I think Alex is a lovely person. And we all cherish him at the program. Same with Connor. Please give me a raise, Connor. Ooh, is this a prison? Maybe it's just a high security preschool. Oh, never mind. It is not a prison. But I did just find out where we are. Now I just need to remember where this place is. Looks like we got quite a few people, though. Very close. It was, of course, the U.S. territory of Guam, found in the Pacific Ocean. Very awesome place. Looks like since I'm in charge, I get to send us to the next round. Here we go. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful hotel. We got some palm trees. Some stadium lights, maybe? You know. Look at that. That's scenic. We love it. We love this. Love to go on vacation here right now. Though it's actually, the weather's not too bad in Illinois, I gotta say. Oh my, was it? They got us again, the double Guam.
Was it Guam again?
It was Guam again.
No one expected it.
No one ever expects the second Guam.
Who was nearby though?
We
Eraser.
had,
Wait,
like
oh.
two, I think.
Wait.
Two people.
No, a couple people
Were they?
actually got it. It was a couple were very close. Nice work to them. So, last round of this world game. Guam. I don't think this is Guam though.
You never know.
Reward for those watching the stream, a big bit of context right here. Oh man. Got Costco's.
Kind of reminds me of our first one a little bit.
Some beautiful houses.
Almost certainly.
That's just a very modern house right between two older ones, huh? We'll go somewhere else. Canada. I'm feeling pretty confident.
Is in Canada.
I did see a Canadian flag and a hockey net on the same screen. Toronto. Right in the middle of it all. Okay, nice. Let's work to Racer and Bagel. Pizza delivery for you. All doing. Racer, waiting for scrims to start. Jackson in second. Overwatch coming in strong in that
Coming
round.
clutch.
We'll go to. Go back to United States only. We have time for a couple more games.
Probably about 2 more games.
We'll put the invite link in chat again. Congrats on 4th place, pizza delivery. Remember, we are just one $25 donation away from unlocking over $1,700 in gifts and contributions. So if you want to be the one that pushes us over the edge, could donate at dog.niu.edu/NIU Esports. Any amount goes a long way, but especially in this case, $25 will go a little over $1,700 worth. So extremely close to reaching those goals. All right, we'll get started with our United States trivia. This street, this intersection feels like something you've seen a million times, doesn't it?
Go look at that highway sign behind you. Was it O'Reilly's? Oh my goodness.
Little Caesars. Most likely the highest rated restaurant in town.
So I think this is Italy, right? Rome. Is that a local news station? Wow.
News station of some sort. Seconds left to go. So coming up in just a little bit, our varsity match replay. Tim will be remaining here with us, but we'll be talking with a couple of our Rocket League players from their recent victory against University of Illinois. Following that, taking a look at Valorant's. Someone got the exact city. Larry, for you, nice work. Almost a perfect score on that one.
It's an absolutely thrilling match. The Valorant match was also thrilling. I got to watch that. Not quite live. You had to put a slight delay on it, of course.
So Ohio University regular season win. So that'll be up in a little bit. We also have a few more interviews with some of our players. Show you multiple teams.
Oh, I figured I recognized this, and my brother might happen to do something around this location.
The lack of grass is telling.
It's a little bit toasty there, you know.
And we have just hit our goal, actually, or not our goal. We don't have a goal, but we just hit the threshold of the gifts I was mentioning. Thank you so much to Brian Becker for your $100 donation. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. Your name will go up proudly on the stream. So thank you so much due to your contribution. NIU Esports for today has now raised $1,900 for our scholarship fund. So excellent work, very proud. But let's keep that train rolling, because I know our scholarship fund involves more than $1,900. But any amount is greatly appreciated. But due to that $100 donation, so that was University of Arizona's campus, right in Tempest.
Tempe.
The face was blocked. I thought it was Tempe,
No
Arizona.
excuses.
So Heart of Oak almost with a perfect score for that one. Round 3 coming up. So thank you so much, Brian Becker, for your $100 donation. That unlocks quite a few gifts for us. There's still more gifts to go. The Minzy Cat matching program, every $1,500 brings our total up to another 100. And we just got another anonymous donation for $25. Brings our total to $19.25. Thank you so much to our anonymous donor.
Any little bit helps. We love it. Thank you so much for your support, guys.
Means the world to us. Speaking of world, we've traveled it for the last hour or so.
Looks like we got one way to go from here.
I'm getting... I can't say because I'm streaming to everyone playing, but I'm getting a certain state vibe here.
We can give our opinions. I'd like to hear what state you think it is.
I'll say with a little less time, a little more time. Well, if I'm wrong, I'm taking people down with me. I'm getting Alaska vibes.
Really, Alaska?
I'm getting...
Okay, I could see
I
it.
saw mountains in the distance on one of these.
It's true.
Could be wrong.
I don't know about that far in Alaska. I feel like most people live near the coast, right? It's probably better to guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that, though. I was actually thinking more Appalachian. Or
I
possibly
think
Ozark.
it's definitely northwest.
Oh my
Oh, wow.
goodness, this guy. Look at.
Am I the big winner for the round? I am. Wow.
Oh my
Not
goodness,
even
blew
close.
him out of the water.
I had the Alaska vibes. Let's go.
Got Idaho vibes.
Never,
Well,
never even. Someone screenshot this, please. Someone clip this. This is my GeoGuessr peak.
let's see, can he do it again? That was a dog. Hello, doggy. Can you
Oh.
pet the dog virtually?
No, we'll just zoom it on the dog.
NIU's mascot is, of course, a dog. Oh my gosh, Mission 3. He dressed up a little bit for St. Patrick's Day. Go find the Twitter post. It is adorable. We love him. Or I think, as he said, it's St. Patrick's Day, I think is what it was. Yeah, it wasn't the best, but, you know, it was a cute picture of him. He had a little hat.
I like St. Patrick's Day. Yeah,
You gotta love it.
It's Guam again.
Oh my gosh, it isn't. No way. Well, we looked at something that kind of, I think, distinctly showed it was not Guam. Unless wait, I might be wrong.
Nah.
No?
I think I'm getting Tucson vibes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been to Tucson, admittedly, so.
This might be Schaumburg.
I think this is, of course, Sycamore, Illinois.
Sure.
Yeah, I would have guessed southern part. Oh my goodness, okay, Honolulu.
Honolulu.
My
Whatever.
goodness, wait, check those round results. How close? Who got that close? Someone was very close.
Pizza delivery for you.
Pizza, my goodness.
Got the right location. So I had some very diverse locations.
Game is still anyone's game. Okay, this is interesting.
So you see how there's rolling plains, so that's how you know it's not Illinois.
Yeah. Is a change in elevation greater than like 2 feet?
You know, I'm gonna pick a random northeast town. This feels like a northeast.
Northeast?
I'm getting Vermont vibes.
Really? Okay.
Something Vermont.
I don't know if I'd go northeast. I'm gonna keep it real. There's a lot of
Maybe
plants there that look maybe more Pacific Northwest.
Maybe it's near
I could be wrong.
Northeastern University.
Northeastern
Member
University.
of the Esports Collegiate Conference. This will actually likely be our last game for the day of GeoGuessr, but we don't go anywhere because we'll be back with our varsity match replay. Was I right with the north? Oh, I was. I got north right. I got the north part right. Hopefully people didn't listen to me, but they may have. So, pizza delivery for you. Congratulations. You won the final game of GeoGuessr for the night. So congratulations. And we will be back in just a few minutes for our Rocket League match. Rocket League varsity match we play with a couple of our players, some of whom you've already seen their donations today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. Hello everyone, Alex from NIU Esports, and today we'll be speaking with Dahan, or you better know him in-game as Flawless, starting DPS from our Overwatch team. Welcome, Dahan.
Hello, hello.
So Dahan, first question, what are you studying here at NIU?
I'm currently studying marketing. I actually started out as a history major, but ended up switching into the College of Business, and now I'm working on my major in marketing.
That's awesome to hear. What's something you'd like to do in the future with that degree?
For right now, what my goals are is to work in a bigger company down the line and just kind of go about it as it is. I'm not sure exactly where things are as I'm just a freshman starting out, but we'll see where life takes me,
So Dan, what's been your favorite part of playing for NIU Esports?
I think one thing about NIU Esports that I love the most is our team in general and just the people that we have here. I think that's something that I find really, really fun is we've created such a nice bond within our team that we're so comfortable with each other, and it's really, really nice.
What's one area you've improved in since joining NIU Esports?
I think one thing that I've improved on definitely is my role as a DPS. So before coming into this, I was a tank player, obviously, right? So the role switch onto DPS was really, really massive, and I obviously had to take up a different kind of role in comms, and I had to take up a different type of role in the fact that I'm focusing on aim and being more of a pop-off, because a tank player, when I was a tank player, I was mostly, the team leader, I was leading the charge and stuff like that, but as a DPS, I have to go for picks, I have to get kills and stuff like that, and it's different for me. It's different.
How has NIU Esports impacted you?
NIU Esports actually has impacted me quite a bit. When I first joined, I was going into NIU with not that many friends and people around me. So I was a little bit scared coming to NIU to begin with because I wouldn't have that many people around me. But I immediately found bonds with people, and they've stuck around. Two of my friends, Brandon and Jill, or Racer and Hayes, are two of my closest friends ever. And Hayes I literally met through the NIU Esports program, and then now I'm getting really along with all the other players slowly but surely. It's just been a great thing overall for me, and it's helped me a lot.
And Dahan, can you leave us with one of your favorite memories with NIU Esports?
I think one of my favorite memories, at least, well, it happens in every match, but me just getting really, really hyped and getting the team hyped, I just love being loud and obnoxious. And I know I do it I just like to keep the energy high. So I would scream Huskies at a very, very loud tone, or I'd just get everyone hyped by doing random dances and stuff like that. I just like to be energetic and just get the team's mental state in a positive mood.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Dahan, and have a fantastic day.
Yeah, you too.
Hello everyone, Alex from NIU Esports, and today we're sitting down with Brian, more commonly known in the varsity program as B Chillin, mid laner for our League of Legends team. Welcome, Brian.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Brian, what are you studying here at NIU?
So currently I am studying computer science.
Nice. Now, what is something you're hoping to do with that degree?
Hopefully in the future I'm hoping to get somewhere in the game industry, preferably a game designer. And the reasoning behind becoming a game designer is, regardless of the stories I've heard, I really like the idea of being able to create something interactive, express your creativity, and to create a unique and interactive experience. And it's just a very nice idea of being create something compelling and interesting.
What's been your favorite part of playing for NIU Esports?
So my favorite part about playing for NIU Esports is actually meeting the community. The community has been very nice, and it's very nice to be able to meet people with similar experiences and hobbies and express yourself. Because I can really walk up to a person, talk about games, and talk about their hobbies and why they came to NIU, what they play, and it's just a great feeling,
What's one area you've improved in since joining the varsity program?
One area I felt like I have improved on is communications. And while I've always been a shy, timid person, quiet, but after joining varsity, one thing our coach Bradley has particularly brought up is team communication. And funny enough, he just ran a drill yesterday, a challenge, and we were to mute 2 people in a call and have 3 people talk in our games. And one thing we've noticed that how important it is to talk and display a sort of team communication, and like there is no I in team, right? And without team communication, we won't be able to perform as well. And having good, strong team communication, we are able to have an assortment of players with different strengths and weakness, create something better.
How has NIU Esports impacted you?
I guess I met some amazing people while being here, but I guess I also built up my confidence as well. The whole experience really built up my confidence, and I'm just more approachable now. I'm not shy, so.
So Brian, can you leave us with one last memory, perhaps your favorite memory of playing for NIU Esports?
My favorite memory would be last semester when we all went out for dinner and we got sushi together, and it was just a good experience being able to sit down with everyone, talk about why they came to NIU, what we're having fun with, how to improve, and just talking about our career in the future as well.
Thank you so much for your time, Brian. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
One. All right, welcome back. So you may notice we sound a little different. It's because we have multiple people in the room now. So if you guys want to introduce yourselves and what team you play for, name.
How's it going? My name is Sleasley. I am currently one of the starters for the NIU Rocket League varsity team.
And I'm Moxie. I am one of the other starters with Sleasley on the Rocket League team.
So like I mentioned earlier, we'll be doing a couple of varsity match replays today. So starting off, Northern Illinois University's our recent victory against the University of Illinois, I believe. And what was the tournament?
It's ISU is running a tournament, so this is they're gonna have 2 portions. There's an online portion, and then if you qualify, they're gonna have a in-person LAN for the teams that make it. I believe there's about about 26 teams, I believe. And only top 12 make it.
So it's a tournament that's still going on, still being very competitive. So let's take a look at this your recent 3-1 victory against U of I. Can you tell me what kind of preparation you guys had going into this match? Do you do any sort of scouting or any kind of research on your opponent?
Yeah, so the thing is, I mean, we don't really do any research or anything. I mean, we kind of just go straight into the game, not knowing really much except their ranks.
Yeah, we'll know what ranks they have and like their past history, their current record, who they've played, and that sort of thing. So that gives us a feel on what we're going to be going up against, whether or not they're going to be a big problem or not.
Feels like, yeah, with a game like Rocket League, with the base of the game being very easy to understand, but the mechanics making it one of the most difficult esports out there, there isn't a ton you can do as far as research goes.
Yes. Yeah, going into this series, right before practice, we did start off with a little bit of a competitive games right before, for like 30 minutes before we actually had this match. Right in the beginning, besides this goal.
Unlucky.
Right in the beginning of this practice, something clicked immediately between us 3. I mean, we were all hyped. We were all playing really well. So as soon as we got into this match, we were feeling pretty confident that we can beat these guys. So.
And it's like with that kind of start, we've had problems. What banger?
Yeah, that was a good shot for me.
Yeah, sometimes we have challenges with starts. So we'll get down early and then we'll have mental struggles and we'll fail to come back in series, but I feel like after that first goal, things were a little bit different in this series, and we just stayed with it.
And the thing was, we really kept our cool the entire time. I didn't really see anyone get really that mad at themselves for making any small mistakes. So, I mean, that kind of helped overall in the end because everyone kept level-headed and stayed in the game.
Yeah, this game was it was really tight. Something I enjoyed seeing was just like we've said, we had great communication, just great mental. Something in a lot of esports, a lot of people don't realize is because your movements are so precise and micro. It's very easy to make small mistakes, and when you make mistakes, you get nervous, which makes you make more mistakes. It's a negative feedback loop. It's not great. So part of it's just being some of the difficulty is just if you make a mistake, being able to say, that's okay, I made a mistake, I know I'm still good, and just be able to recover and play your best. And I thought we did that very well in this game. As you'll see throughout this match, we definitely had some moments where we were in precarious spots.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to have their moments on a team like this, especially because we only really had 30 minutes to warm up for this series, so we didn't have a lot of time. Oh, there's a nice little double tap right there. Yeah, and that's the mechanical part of playing in these series, Once you get all the fundamentals down, it's all about mechanics. I mean, U of I is very good fundamentally, and as soon as you hop into a series like this where you both are very good at fundamentals and mechanics, it's really hard to, score on each other's nets and stuff like that. So, that double tap's just one of the parts of the example of the mechanics that we can use in order to get it past them and beat them to the ball.
You also get a lot of importance on team chemistry and just like a general vibe. Like with some teams, you may have, I guess, a better skill level or skill ceiling with them, but you're just not going to fit well play style wise. You have to all know your role and you have to know your part on the team.
Yeah, and the thing is about Rocket League, like, there's just so many different types of play styles when you're going around competitive queues and just regular scrimmages and series like this. It's really hard to, adapt to these types of play styles because, eventually you're just going to have to categorize them and just think, oh, who's the ball chaser here? Who's the mechanics guy that will go for all the solo plays? Who's the guy that demos and clears the field? Like, stuff like that. You got to adapt to that, like, right in the beginning of this series, which is what the first game usually is. It's more of a warm-up game. Trying to feel each other out. That sounded a little bit, if you know what I mean.
Does NIU Esports have someone that you sort of designate as this person is the one that goes for demos or maybe plays a little more aggressively?
Honestly, I'd say myself. I'd say I'm part of our physical play. I will sometimes just lead the ball to make a ton of space for either Hertz or Sleasley because they're able to do some things on the ball that I just simply can't.
And which is, like, perfect because we'll always have the backbone in our defense and offense and stuff like that. We'll always have someone that will let us go for the ball, and if he needs to be there, he will be there.
You should also note, though, that the thing about Rocket League is unlike other games, it's not really roles. While Grant, it definitely goes for a lot of the demos, physical guy. When it comes down to it, he's still got to be able to do everything else in the game. He's got to be able to shoot, pass, defend. And it's the same for everyone. Same for everyone else. It's you really can't. You can't be lacking anywhere. While everyone has their unique specialty, you gotta have your solid fundamentals, like we said.
Yeah, right now 2-2 in the first series. We're kind of still a little jittery right now. You can see a couple of whiffs and stuff like that, but still a close game. Anything can happen right now. We're kind of just hoping that for the last couple seconds we can maybe try and get a goal, and if not, just keep the ball out of the net at this point.
Shot there.
Make sure the pressure's on their side and they can't take a shot attempt right now. As we're doing right now, we're keeping the press
pressure.
on.
Cutting across.
Yeah.
Giving our time.
See, we're keeping the ball on their side of the half, which doesn't give them a chance for a counterattack and stuff like that. So they have no chance to
really
even
good
attempt.
Rotations.
Yeah.
Pays off really soon.
There's a goal right
Immediately,
there.
10 seconds to go, we're like, just throw the house. If they're going to get it clear, we already have Alex back. And just
Is there any
play the
last
miss.
second last second panic of, okay, we got to make sure we don't immediately fumble the kickoff?
Oh, there was that.
It's a lot of full reset because you're coming out of being like so hype and then you're like immediately just focus back in.
Yeah, we go right into game 2 here. It was obviously a little bit of a different story here.
Yeah, so this was more of an unfortunate game for us, I mean, obviously they definitely saw how we play. We saw how they play. It was all about, not making mistakes and who's more consistent, who can hit better shots, have better passes. But going back to the last game, when we were keeping up that pressure, they don't have a chance to go for the boost and stuff like that. So that leaves them sitting in the net and hoping that they could, clear the ball out. As we're keeping the press on, they're boost starved is what we call it, and they don't really have a chance except to keep challenging the ball. And eventually, we found a pocket that led us to the goal.
Yeah, something in Rocket League that I think is difficult for a lot of people to get down is that you spend a lot of the game just trying to get faster because, as you can see, I mean, you'll see people in this game if you watch frequently. For example, look at right there. I'm not exactly sure who just jumped, but basically you have to almost jump and know where the ball's going to be before it's even bouncing off the wall. So you got to kind of predict the physics. It's difficult. It takes a lot of practice. But then you spend all this time trying to get faster and be able to read the ball better. And then you have to learn how to slow the play down like Hertz did right there. He just catches the ball, tries to maintain possession. Maybe that was a poor example. But
It was a slot, though.
it was a great shot.
Yeah.
Top corner.
But so much of Rocket League is be able to change up the play and just kind of keep your opponent on their toes.
Yeah, and going into a scenario like this, down 2-0, honestly, the morale will be dropping down a little bit because you're down 2 goals. It's more than just 1 goal. You have to make a bigger difference. And the whole key of why we were able to win this series is because we stayed level-headed. And I think at this point we're still pretty level-headed right now. We still got this.
Yeah, at 2-0, it's just kind of get the next one. Don't worry about making up 2 goals before you can make up 1.
Yeah, definitely. And 3 minutes is still plenty of time to score 2 goals.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what series do we have where it was
Nice shot.
Nice line. What series do we have? I remember we were down 2 with like 10 seconds and we scored, and then we had that
Purdue
kickoff.
Northwest?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
we
we
had
played.
that kickoff with like 2 seconds to go. That went straight in.
That's just we don't really do many plays like that, but on kickoffs are really crucial on getting the momentum right in the beginning of possession and stuff like that. So if you get the kickoff to go your way, send it back left, stuff like that. Take possession. It'll give. Oh my goodness, what was that? It'll give us an opportunity to have an attack and make a play between us 3. Get the passes going.
Yeah, see, there's another thing, just us taking control, especially when you start putting a lot of pressure on someone. Pretty much what they have to do is they have to try to control the ball and just get it past one player, because if you just keep hitting the ball out from your side, all the offense has to do is collect the ball and start shooting it right back at your net. So it's something difficult to do is get out of a defensive squeeze. Like, we're doing a good job keeping the pressure on, but that was a good see. Notice how Illinois right there passed the ball to his teammate. He was able to get another touch, get it past us, and now Illinois is on offense. No, maybe not for long if Alex has anything.
Yeah, this game is, even though it's 2-1, it's been a lot back and forth, a lot of bit of pinball action, passing it back and forth between the other teams instead of ourselves. But, that's something that takes a lot of chemistry and, just ability to know where your teammates are, give them the right pass so you can take possession. That's a good double. Minute and a half remaining, we're still level-headed. We still got this.
No need to throw everyone at the ball immediately.
Yeah, Andrew Grant, what time would you say, how much time before you start just kind of throwing everyone at the ball, you got to score if you're down 1?
I'd say
last 30 seconds.
yeah,
is
last 30
whenever
seconds.
We go very fast, and you're starting to jump at stuff that you normally wouldn't have. You're not really fake challenging as much. You're just trying to get anything to bounce your way.
When you're playing Rocket League, it says like 30 seconds remaining right on the screen, so it's kind of like a wake-up call. Like, oh, let's get this going. Hurry up. Right now, it's just all about trying to get possession. That was a good play right there, but
It's a great save.
yeah, U of I is a very good team. I say we're pretty evenly balanced.
And like right there,
So,
I know that Drew is gonna pass that to me. Immediately, I leave that ball and go up the wall, and he just has to pop it straight to me, and that's over 2 guys, and then I have a free play to try and make something of it.
the pass play right there.
Oh,
Oh, great save
That's a
again.
fantastic pass out.
And another shot by me.
Bang shot,
Does
what a
not
save.
go in. Yeah. See what I mean by the demos, though? We got a demo right there,
Mhm.
cleared out the net, and we're keeping the pressure on. Unfortunately, they did get the corner boost right there, and they got the other one right there. But, keeping pressure was one thing that we needed to do.
They had crazy solid defense this game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
wait until the third game. You guys are going to love it. That could have been a really good play right there if I was a little faster. Now we're at the
Yeah,
last
now
5
they're
seconds. It's just,
playing D, they're just parking it.
I'm gonna try and take possession here and see if I could throw the ball anywhere to
One.
one of our teammates. We got 2 people that committed. I'm right there in
Tried
the
to send
corner.
a
I
pass,
popped it.
Popped it backward, and I think he just slammed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the second game right there. Tied 1-1
We had so
series.
many chances right there
Yeah.
that easily could have gone to overtime, or we could have won it.
Yeah, it's a tie 1-1 series right now. We still got the momentum and confidence because it was only a 1-goal game.
Yeah, the pressure starts getting on though once you get a game on you, because you just know in the back of your mind this is a best of 5 series. So you're just one game closer till you got to be worrying about it. Nice goal by.
Yeah, that was a good goal by them.
Bumped?
Yeah, that's a certain play right there. I got bumped right there. That's a play you can use to get the opponents out of the net and have a wide open net to score it. Going down early, obviously, no big deal. It happens. That's something that, as a team, we've kind of had a little bit of complications with over the course of how long we've played together. It's just giving up a goal right in the beginning. But we've been getting better at getting it back early, too.
Yeah.
Tie 1-1 right now.
That was a nice clear by
Yeah,
Andrew.
good clear out. Look to
Tries
middle.
to pass the middle. Fortunately, they're. And what's something that is a very powerful thing in Rocket League is called the counterattack. You get all the guys. You're on defense, and all the other guys on the other team are committing to try and get the shot, and all of a sudden you get one clear like what Hertz just got right there. And you can have a counterattack, and they're not even going to be prepared for it because they're running, they're racing to get back.
You get that one demo, you get that hard clear to the guy middle, and then you're running the other. They're not in rotation anymore because their guy got demoed and is put back in their corner, and they have to kind of full reset at that point.
That was a ridiculous read. I don't know how we got around there. At this point, they're putting the pressure on us right now, and we got to stay calm. Notice how Moxie attempted to pass it to me.
Yeah.
It was a good shout. But it's just small plays like that. That could have been a really good counterattack right there. That was a little bit of a double commit by us.
Good save by
It happens.
Hertz.
It's just a little bit of a communication error.
It's better to have two people go there though than have no one go
Yeah,
at that point on D.
especially when the ball's right in front of the net.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Illinois is really putting the pressure on right now. They're getting demos, they're taking our boost, and so it's really tough in this situation. It's kind of hard when you're looking back to understand how stressful it is. But when you're watching in the moment and feeling like almost any second could just be a goal against you, it can get intense. I shake a little bit. I was getting nervous when I wasn't even playing.
Yeah, and personally, this game was all about defense. They definitely had us on the press most of the game, but we held our ground. It was a great thing to watch.
Just in the meantime, not to cut you guys off, but we did get a couple more donations in.
Oh.
Earlier updated, Marianne donated $100, and most recently
Awesome.
Rachel Pollack donating $100
Wow,
as
thank
well.
you.
So thank you both so much for your generous contribution, bringing our total up to $21.96. I'll get that updated. You guys can continue.
You're the reason why I'm able to play. But yeah, 2.5 minutes left, just halfway over the game. Nothing's really changed since the beginning. It's kind of just been back and forth.
It's a good look middle.
Yeah. But see how we have one person that's in the air as soon as we see another guy jump.
Mm-hmm.
And what we do for that is the pre-jump, because we don't want to give them space to use mechanics like I talked about to get it
Yeah,
like
a lot
on
of the
ball
time,
or ahead.
whenever people are jumping, it's not even actually just to even hit the ball. It's just to make their guy make a play.
And force it
forces
around you.
Yeah, if he forces a play, that gives the other guy at least a second to react to a shot or some sort of play that the guy does, instead of happening right on top of his head.
A little bit of a whiff right there, but yeah, I mean, this game is just getting a little more scuffed because there hasn't been a goal in a while. I think everyone's starting to feel the fatigue a little bit. That could have been a really good opportunity right there. And now, all of a sudden, for a second we were on the offensive right there. I think we still potentially are.
Yeah, you can see Illinois starting. Once we start putting the pressure on, they make slight missed touches and that. And that's just part of the thing is the pressure can get turned on you at any moment. You just have to be able to stay calm.
That was a
And
good opportunity.
just
I
keep
just
your head
messed
in.
that up.
Yeah, something I feel that we did a whole lot better with them is definitely our passing. We look for guys on defense, on offense, midfield, all over, and they just didn't seem to have that same. They had really good mechanics and they could control the ball solo, but they didn't really find each other as much as they probably
Ooh, I
should
don't know
have.
how they saved that one. That was a crazy save.
2 pre-jumps.
Yeah, I mean, if you got two people jumping right on the ball, I mean, it's hard to get around both of them unless, speed demon.
Big thing too, you'll notice a lot is that on defense, people try to put the ball into their corner, and that's because it's kind of like almost any sport, hockey or soccer, where you want to keep the ball out of the midfield when you're on defense, because of course it's easier to score. So a big thing in Rocket League is being able to get a good touch on the ball and get it to the corner. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, That's what I'm saying. It's all about defense. Already had some crazy saves.
So
Right
as-
here, it's 0 seconds. I'm just trying to control the ball and make sure it drops because that was a scary last
So
last
as
couple
you get
seconds.
into late game and especially in overtime, do you notice subconsciously or not your play style changing a little bit?
Not
when you know the next goal is the one that ends it.
I think in some senses, I like to play a little bit more passive, but of course you got to stay aggressive in overtime because next goal wins type of thing. It's just
Sort of seeing who will bite, who's
Yeah.
gonna make that first little mistake that opens up space.
and there's a mistake right there, but I have no idea why you didn't shoot
Yeah,
that
he-
right there.
he should've
That
just bombed that
yeah,
into that.
should have been a goal, but
You take advantage of it, make your own luck.
Victor E was looking down on us at that point.
I think something you will notice in overtime, especially, is that teams are less likely to put their last third man. It's part of rotation, basically the last person back, who you usually keep back. But sometimes you'll commit them on offense because if there's a good play, you got to go take it. But in overtime, people will be much less willing to do that.
And right now we're definitely a little boost starved. Oh, this save
What a
right
save.
here. Yeah.
Off
I
the
don't.
post
I
pre-jump.
could not tell you how I actually
Wow.
saved it right there. Grant tried to pass it back right there, but unfortunately, is a little bit of a slow touch.
Still good luck there.
There's some
Now we're trying to keep the press back on. It's been going back
Yeah.
and forth all game. We had a little bit of a scare right there, but we're keeping level-headed at this point, from what I remember. No panicking at all. We're all still pretty calm.
I don't remember ever feeling like super worried at
Yeah.
any point during this game. Like even the
mean,
like,
you
that
saw what-
last second save, your save. I
Yeah.
wasn't like just diving at you. I was just watching. I'm
This
like, you
right
got it. I
Here's the
believe.
save right here.
Oh,
by
The
wow.
respawn,
Moxie. Yeah.
last second fly across.
There was no, if Grant hesitated at all,
Yeah.
that ball was in her net.
And-
I'm pretty certain I had my wheels turned early, like right, so I could immediately turn. Because that's like the only RNG thing about Rocket League is the respawns.
Yeah.
You never know if you're gonna spawn left or right.
You just have
so
to make a guess.
Sometimes if you're like in a tight press, you just gotta hold a direction and pray.
And at this point, when you have all these like crazy saves and stuff like that, like right there, you do panic a little bit. And you end up giving the ball away, and possession's a great thing. And there's the game winner right there, actually. I don't mean
Let's
it.
go.
They had a little bit of an interruption, but yeah, that was very scary overtime. But when you end up having scary saves like that, get a little jittery. Give the ball away, lose possession. It's just scary right there. Oh man.
When I was originally recording the game for the Streamathon, this is the game I looked at. I'm like, okay, now this makes perfect sense why this is your favorite match of the year. This specific game is.
No, this specific game sucked. Me personally, this was the least enjoyed game the entire series. Because look at this.
I had fun.
I bumped the guy right there. He sets him up for a wide open shot.
Let's
Like,
go.
Obviously we took a 2-0
Great
lead
play.
right now, but still really early in the game. Obviously they can come back still. So
Yeah, you can never get cocky and give up, too early.
even when it's a 2-1 lead, you're ahead right now. Got the momentum and stuff like that. Now it's 3-0, but still.
30 seconds.
Still, we're 30 seconds in. They have 4.5 minutes to catch up
Yeah.
on 3 goals.
Yeah, I know we were yelling pretty loud at this point, but still, you gotta stay locked in
Oh,
because these
definitely.
guys they can easily score 3 goals on you. These guys are fantastic.
I mean, you
They're
saw what
great
they were
players.
capable of in the
They
second
bomb.
game.
So
Yeah, that was a great
so
play
fast.
by me. Yeah,
Speed.
that was just speed by me.
I was like, you're gonna get blocked, and then immediately just out of nowhere, boom.
And at this point it's 4-0. We it's not cockiness, but we were.
You kind of have a little bit of a cushion. You feel.
Yeah.
And you're like, we probably have
you
this.
can let loose. You can let loose a little bit, but not a good idea
No. After.
because the game doesn't stop
Yeah.
until the clock hits 0 and the ball's on the ground. And this was a little bit of an unfortunate play right there. Yeah.
But at this point, you're probably like, just shake it off. We're still up. by
Yeah,
3.
exactly.
Yeah, that was just one where you got to kind of laugh it off.
We both kind of counted at the same time we got it, and we're both jumped right there. And
Mhm. I think I stopped
Yeah, you-
boosting and then I just bonked you.
yeah.
We're still feeling good at this point, 4-1, it's a 3-point cushion. I would say it is difficult to, if you couldn't tell from the earlier scores, usually in some of these games, it's pretty difficult to score a lot of goals. You're not going to see too many high-scoring games, usually probably maybe 4 goals total That is
So lucky.
Yeah,
Something.
that was pinched into my
worst
car.
leading
I
rocket
had
league 4-0.
0 boost. It was like a last effort to just try and fling myself at the ball.
So now the pressure's got to be on a little bit. You still
Yeah,
have- you
we're
still
You
definitely
do have
saying-
that thought creep in. You're
Yeah.
like, what if we blow this?
That's why
That'd be so
that's why I
sad.
enjoy more of like 1-1 games, 2-1 games, like low scoring games
Mhm.
because it feels like anyone can win at this point. And since we already have this lead, it feels like, in a sense, that we've already won some. In a
There's
way.
also the safety though, because you're up 2-1. This isn't gonna be. You aren't gonna blow a 4-0 lead and then lose the series on it.
Yeah.
You still have Game 5 as well.
Have there been opponents, especially in ESC, where you go into the match thinking and knowing like, okay, these are going to be a lot of 4-goal games, 5-goal games, or are there some where you kind of look at it and sort of expect a lower scoring game?
We usually expect it to be just close, like no scoring games if we're playing good teams. And
Mhm.
depending on how good we're playing, we're usually expecting like 2-3 goals.
We're not a
The better
crazy,
defense
flashy
wins.
team where we're
Yeah.
gonna score 7 goals a game.
It's happened before in the past,
yeah,
but
I feel like we're definitely more of a grind out the
Yeah.
series kind of players.
work hard, play hard.
We're just gonna wait until we get opportunities and finish what we can.
Alex, you said you think it's me, or if you're asking if it's more the defensive team. Honestly, I would almost say it's the team that tends to control the midfield and keeps the pressure on.
Yeah, definitely.
Because that's really the team that's just going to stay on offense. It's all about if you could stay on offense, I mean, the entire game, even if you're not scoring, it's just you're not getting scored on.
Yeah, you keep the pressure on, and eventually the team's going to make a mistake.
They're gonna run out of boost. They're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna panic. They're gonna double commit. Just things like that.
And we don't talk about that one. Let's just move on to the next.
Unlucky.
Let's move on.
Shout out to you, Vi, though. Honestly, going down 4 goals in your game point game is extremely difficult to come back from. So the fact that they were able to kind of keep the pressure on was
And
good. Well,
Why do you always, every single time you're talking good about U of I, they do something like that?
I gotta
like,
start talking good about Akron, I guess.
It's gotta be crushing though. You fight back to 1-goal game and then
Yeah,
you just
and
don't
then all
come
of a
in on
sudden-
the ceiling almost.
Something like that happens. That's
And-
that's a good thing.
Immediately
And
right back.
immediately takes this the
Yeah.
wind out of that 2-goal.
And, at this point, 5-4. Now all of a sudden it feels like a 1-0 or a 2-1 game.
Mm-hmm.
You got to treat it like that. If reset 1-0, stuff like that. You always got to be in the mentality of like that. You can never be too confident.
It's a great save.
Yeah, I was.
And the bump too.
Yeah, incredible defense. The score may not show it.
But there's some great saves in this game.
Yeah.
Little left tap.
I would say this entire series probably had more impressive saves than goals, honestly.
Here's me trying to
great
control the ball
control.
right now. But last guy's right there. I had to get it around 2. And what's really good about controlling the ball in situations like that is your teammates have plenty of time to get boost and rotate back into play
Mhm.
and be ready for whatever happens when you lose the possession. And I don't know how I got that double tap, but they did end up getting a little bit what's the word I'm trying to think of? Confused. They were
Mhm.
hornswoggled. They were confused on my double tap right there because when you do something mechanical like that, it throws off everyone. Like, even yourself. You're like, did I really just do that? Stuff like that. But, 30 seconds left. They're at the point where it's, we need to just throw everything we got right now.
See, all you
That's-
got to do here is maintain control, put it in your corner.
That's gonna leave holes like that where you can kind of get a full field run because they're forced to play
Yeah.
so aggressive. 10 seconds. As soon as that little countdown starts going, we're kind of like, that's ours. You get that one last touch into their half.
Yeah, that is the game right there. It was a fantastic series. U of I, good team. We'll beat them again, though, next time.
Heh. We'll see him in, what's it called? We'll see him at the LAN.
Yeah.
See what I am.
And then I choked the last shot. Yeah, my bad.
Thank you guys for taking time out of your day and coming to share your thought process between some of
Yeah,
these
no, it's
Oh, yeah,
super
of
fun to
course.
look back at that. That's a very fun
incredible
series.
matches. And there's a tournament that's still going on, so hopefully we have some more good news to report on our social media.
of course.
Up, so.
Follow me on TikTok, sleasley.rl. Plug it in my own social media. No, I'm just kidding. You guys don't have to do anything.
All right, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes for our Valorant replay against the University of Ohio. All right, welcome back. So we are going to hop into our final portion of our Streamathon for tonight, and that is our Varsity Valorant's regular season 2-1 victory against the University of Ohio. And I could have the two players that are with me introduce themselves.
My name's Allegro. The current IGL for this semester, but we have last semester's IGL here with us.
My name is Boy Wonder. I was the IGL of this match and the other matches that we played during the ESC conference of fall 2022, and I was also the IGL last year.
We'll get right into
they're really
it.
good with pepper spray.
So
Allegro, believe it or not,
this
invented
was
pepper
during
spray.
game one. This was
It
after
wasn't in Ohio.
yeah, go full screw with
I'll
that.
drink
less
that
than
one.
less than stellar first half to say the least. You're down 10-2 in a game like Valorant where it's first to 13. Well, what kind of things are kind of going through your mind during halftime in this match when you have such a kind of a tall mountain to climb?
Well, to start off, we knew Ohio was going to be a good team. Obviously, they're 7-2 according to the scoreboard. We were just kind of trying to play our game. We have our consistent pistol setup here that we run pretty much every game, which is chamber towards A with KO getting A main control, and then Astra fade raise towards B, trying to take B main control and just trying to pinch them into mid, and then we can take it together. But the first half wasn't really going our way. Our attack side is usually our stronger side. We're usually pretty confident with it. I don't know. I guess we were just missing kind of shots.
Yeah,
Not getting what we wanted.
I think we were overthinking our attack. I think usually, yeah, our attack is stronger because I think Ishan's IGL is more well-rounded on attack. I think, whereas like on defense, he'll tell everyone where to play, and then kind of everyone just mid rounds from there. Like half the time he'll call a specific play on defense too, so it's not like he's getting lazy on defense. But I think our attack was just fell a little short of our normal attack.
Yeah. Kind of to explain this round as well, Ohio kind of took mid pretty quickly. They obviously studied our play. They knew we left mid pretty wide open, so they took mid and they tried to flank our guys on A, but we did have conditions for that where the two guys on A would come back and we would pinch them kind of in our spawn, which that happened, and AJ got the first frag, turning around, killing, I believe, their Killjoy. No, not their Killjoy. It was KO. Yeah, their KO. It was a KO versus KO fight. Kamara got his under the jet, and Fade and I came back. I think it was Allegro. It was you, right? Yeah. Me and Allegro, we came back and killed the guy top mid. So, giving us pistol round, we bought into this round, knowing that we would have the gun advantage, at least going into this round, and then next round we would try to take these guns and win with a gun disadvantage. So right now we're trying to get into 2v1 gunfights, so that way we can keep our advantage up. You can see Shark kind of gets his frag there, and AJ gets his trade and one more. So in Valorant, getting 2 picks on the defender side is more even than it is an advantage. You kind of want 2 picks as a defender, whereas if you're on the attack, you kind of want to just go 1 for 1, and that's better for the attack than it is for the defender.
Yeah, the main reason for that is because the way the defense is spread so thin. When a defender dies, you lose so much more map control than you do as an attacker. So to make up for it, you kind of need more frags on it, like as a defender, than you do as an attacker. But obviously, being a defender, an attack shooter, like they have to peek into you, so you have a pretty strong innate advantage.
Yeah, I notice even though there's a heavy push towards one site, you still kind of remain, anchoring at another site. When as IGLs do decide to move your players over to a different site?
It depends a lot. Normally I kind of tell them, yo, listen, just chill on your site, because you got to trust your teammates that they can hold their site until, like, you start figuring out, okay, we found... Like, for example, you can tell who's lurking on their team based off the previous round experiences, stuff like that. You can kind of determine who's going to be the person that's playing solo, whereas, for example, like if Slow King was maybe playing solo towards B and we knew that every round, we would try to take that advantage, and then we would know maybe his team's towards A since he's playing solo towards B or something like that. it's all about the information that you're given and the information that you, especially information that you're given and information that you actually don't know, because no information is still information.
Yeah, it also depends, like, in a scenario like the ESC where it's a multi-week tournament, like, by this point in the season, this was week 8, I think, we had plenty of time to research the way Ohio played, and you can get a pretty good feel for what they're going to do. Like, maybe they have a lurk or something that we can prepare for by watching their VODs and stuff beforehand.
Yeah, once it got closer towards the later rounds of the season, we started to have like notes typed up. We had a couple spreadsheets of what like map picks that other teams would pick and our own like best maps. I kind of had all the guys get their specific favorite maps together. Like, hey, like for example, like my favorite map was obviously Ascent, and my least favorite map was Fracture. And after getting everyone's together, I gave each one like a number ranking for the team, and then we would have like a number ranking for the starters, number ranking for subs, and then in case the subs ever needed to come in, we could switch up the maps that we wanted to play. And that was based on everyone's roles and stuff as well.
You guys had a lot of Ascent play.
Yeah, we did.
In this season, it felt like I think it was almost your pick every single time. Like, was there even a time where you didn't consider it because the opponent was incredibly strong on Ascent?
Maybe once, but I don't particularly remember a time where we were scared to pick Ascent. We just considered not picking it. But I think in general, we felt that we were one of the stronger teams on Ascent. Also, let's take a moment to watch this clutch here from Mr. Boy Wonder. Yeah, that's a huge round here because we were on an eco. Like worse buys into stronger weapons. So that 2v1, like unironically, probably won us the game.
Yeah,
or at least prevented us from going into OT.
Since we had the flank, I heard Killjoy kind of put her alarm bot down, and I wanted our KO to knife the Killjoy to get rid of the Killjoy alarm bot, because once the KO knife basically stops other util from working on the other team. And once I was walked towards site there, I put a star towards lane as quick as I could, because I figured maybe they would push me off of my star contact. And then once they didn't, I popped it because I knew they would look towards my star, and then I walked downstairs and I got the free 2 kill because neither one of them was really looking at me.
Yeah, it also helped out because it made it kind of awkward for the Jet to stay
lane,
close,
yeah.
so she had to swing out a little wider, which was a much worse position.
Yeah, and now we have Kamaro with the op here into basically pistols, which is such an easy gunfight for him because it's basically just a point-and-click weapon at that point. Especially on Chamber, who was super strong way back when we were actually picking this meta. Like this comp wasn't specifically the comp that I wanted to play. Like there were a couple changes that I wanted to make, but of course, as I say, Kamara has the easiest gun in the game. He gets taken out because I forgot what happened, but Allegro more than makes up for it with this too. But yeah, with this comp, we kind of had to make a blend of what people were comfortable on and what we wanted to play. Like KO is definitely meta. Raze and Fade were definitely meta because Fade was just brand new to the game and people were still trying to figure out. And then obviously to pair up with the Fade and the Raze, we went Astra, and then Kamara was most comfortable on Chamber for our Sentinel. So
yeah, we actually Kamara was one of the new guys we picked up last year, and we watched him in tryouts, and it was clear he was like mechanically a gifted player, but he had a habit of sort of overswinging a lot, so we put him on Chamber to sort of try to prevent that, and when he did, it gave him the TP to get out so that he wasn't overextended.
Yeah.
Take another close round here too.
Yeah, second clutch from Boy Wonder in a row. Yeah, but since we have Chamber, the idea of this comp is sort of just to take space in both mains on defense. Since we have Chamber with the he can kind of just get out of jail for free, this teleport thing. So generally you'd see an initiator paired with him, like a KO to like knife or flash to get info and get the Chamber into an aggressive angle, and then we'd kind of do the same sort of deal with Raze on the other side of the map, and it would either benefit us a lot of map control or a lot of info. which was really strong at this point because of Chamber.
Kamara!
And then sometimes we just have him walk out mid like that and get free kills.
Yeah, we had Util coming from other directions to kind of throw them off their game. Like, for example, we had like a fake smoke tiles so that Kamara could walk out and get his.
So we just got a $100 or a $50 donation from Tracy Deal.
Yeah, that's
Thank
my
you so
mom.
much.
Thanks, Mom.
Shout out to Mama Allegro.
This is kind of like a trap setup here on Cat. You have KO taking contact and then Astra popping the suck and swinging off the contact. Unfortunately, they do go B, but we have people set up for that. For example, we have the chamber trip set up there, and then we have Fade kind of just watching, just make sure that the chamber trip doesn't get smoked off like it did.
I would
Yeah.
I mean, look at
One of the notable points I feel like of like Valorant at a team play level like this, even if it's not that high of a team play level, is sort of the ebb and flow of aggression and passiveness. So like a few rounds ago when we had like SMGs and stuff versus their rifles, we played super aggressive, like took angles really far up and just tried to play for like damage and kills if we could, even though we ended up winning that round. You're not statistically supposed to win that round. Whereas this round, Kamara got the early pick, so we have an advantage, so we resort to playing a much more passive position.
Yeah, we actually, in that mid setup after he gets that pick, I was like, okay, Kamara, you have your one. Just go play B, try to get at least one more, and just play for your life. But this one is our patented fade play, as we call it, where we have Allegro fade ult towards A main. AJ throws a knife so they can't ult back, and then Agua just runs it down Cat. Because fade ult deafens the enemy team, so they can't hear Agua running it down Cat, and of course that's...
Yeah, and we have the KO Yuto going out A main to kind of draw their attention to A main because they see the fade ult and the knife and the flash coming out and they think we're pushing A main, when in reality we're running it down mid.
How much do you use audio cues as kind of ways to dictate positioning and ability tracking as well?
I would say audio cues are probably the most important form of information in the game because it's free and it's pretty consistent.
I'd say it's even more important than like actual visual cues,
I would agree.
because you can, at least at the very least, you can hear a Util coming cross map, but sometimes you're not always able to see it. The reason that Fade Ult is so strong is because it gets rid of all those audio cues, and like there's a famous clip of Tarek Fade Ulting when Fade first came out and running around on bind because he knew that it gives Fade an audio cue when she tags someone with Fade Ult, so she knows when they're deafened or not. And since it was a 1v1, he knew he could just run around and they wouldn't be able to tell where he was. This is another round where we kind of just let Kamara work mid because we know he has the op and they're scared to peek into it with their pistols. We had our triple set up towards A.
I like the feet movement.
Yep, that was something we watched in the VOD later, and we were like, yeah, he's hitting the gritty.
Look at him hitting the gritty. He is hitting
hitting the gritty.
Yeah, so we had 3 towards A, because we kind of figured, listen, we've stopped them at B every single time they've come, and whenever they have pistols, they usually like to run up Cat, so we'll just stick towards A, and we'll have our guys towards A. Kamara getting the pick mid really helped us out there, because that takes away their flank util, since Killjoy's a Sentinel.
Yeah. Also just punishing the guy for trying to lurk up mid for the second time already.
And here they are coming up Cat, like we said, because they have pistols, they like Cat a lot, so...
Yeah, they tend to favor closer angles when they're on a worse buy.
Oh, I got two. My bad. Look at that.
Actually, did not realize that we do have our third challenge that we have for the esports fundraiser, the Minzy Cat challenge, was not a part of the total that we were calculating. So that actually means Minzy Cat's gift is for every 1,500 they will donate a 500 of their own. So once we reach 1,500 today, that adds the extra 500. So we're actually at a little over $2,700 for today, which is incredible. So thank you to everyone who's donated or even shared or spread the word about our fundraiser going on today.
Yeah, there's like a little ring around it. Yeah, really.
You'll see this round we changed up a little bit, so we're 3-stacking heavy towards A and playing more of like a passive retake setup on B with Kamara mid, because they keep trying to take space mid, and it's giving us free kills with the op every time. So our idea here is to try to force them into A where the 3-stack is at.
Yeah, we kind of conditioned them into thinking, hey, we take B main space every round. Let's start getting into.
That was a lineup.
So they stopped giving us that B main, and they would have someone just hold super deep, whereas we couldn't get the info of them, and instead we just switched it to kind of faking a B main space, and then we would send the guys towards A. Like for example, right there we knew they'd Killjoy ult, so we assumed okay, it's either coming A or B. So A, we had the flash set up, and B, we were playing retake. So we knew we had something for each site when the Killjoy ult came out. And this jump peak that you keep seeing us do, like for example, they did it when it was, I think it was like 10-3 at the time. I was doing it Heaven. It makes us hard to hit, but it still gives us the information that they're there.
I was gonna fall though. That's
So.
Yeah, and you can even do that silently from behind the dice if you crouch before you jump and then uncrouch. So it prevents them from getting audio info that you're jump peeking even if you do it. So it's just like free information pretty much.
Yeah, and I always tell the guys that it's easier for us to just take like a 4v4 or even a 5v5 retake at times. So
Save utility.
Yeah, if it like a 5v5 or a 4v4 retake sometimes just favors the defenders, so we kind of just want to take it slow.
Boy Wonder's got this. He knows he's down.
This one I kind of messed up, and I knew he was under, but I didn't want to drop fully. I should have jumped on top of the dice or on top of Jenny and gotten the kill, but...
So what kind of goes through your mind when you drop around like that, when you've gotten so many in a row? Because often a lot of commentators on professional matches kind of talk about momentum, and is it how real of a thing is momentum, and how much did that one round affect how you as a team were feeling?
Yeah, I was actually gonna say when Agua got that first pick on that round that it was actually like best case scenario, because we got a pick and they wasted the Killjoy ult and we broke it, and then we got out. So if we didn't throw the round, theoretically there's no way we should lose that round, but then we lost it anyway. So I didn't say anything. But another reason that was best case scenario, if we had won that, they would be broke, because they'd just saved the round before, and they were buying once again, so they were low on money because of their buy that round. So if we had won that, we probably just would have straight up won the game, but we didn't win that. But from a mental standpoint, like we've already like won 7 rounds straight and then lost 1. So as far as I'm concerned, we just keep winning rounds.
Gets 2.
We don't even have to worry about it too much.
Yeah, momentum is extremely real. It's all like mental game kind of from here on out, because we know we're both good teams, but it's really whoever has the mental wins the game at this point, because it's so close, and since we're on a roll, we have the better mental at this time. There is like there's things called like the 9-3 curse, and that can affect your mental as well, where if you're up 9-3, sometimes it was like a theory that anytime you'd go up 9-3, you'd lost the game, and it became a thing, because again it would get in your head, hey,
yeah, it's more of a placebo
we're 9-3. Yeah, it's placebo as well, and it would affect your mental. Yeah. But yeah, it's like...
But also, we're sort of the underdog going into this game, because you can see at the top, they're 7-2 and we're 5-4. They're expecting to win this game, so the fact that it's even close is probably bothering them, even if they know we're an okay team. That's a silly little satchel there. I'm gonna clip that, show them later.
So it kind of goes on in comms, and you realize, okay, we're down 4, but I guess Kamara ties it right back up.
Yeah, I mean, even though we're down a player, they're ecoed, so I would say we still have a pretty significant advantage.
How do you have to play differently when you know the opposing team doesn't have that great of weapons? You have to take more long-range encounters, more short-range. Where do you position yourself?
If you have to take a fight, you should take it as far back as possible, but you want to avoid fighting them, especially in a 1v multi scenario,
yeah,
or
like
even
right
1v1
here,
as much as possible.
Like right here, this is like the worst case scenario to be in, because Kamara has the ultimate long-range weapon in the op, and he's playing like super short range. Again, same thing kind of happens there. You're forced into a close range fight. but simply because of having the superior weapon, you can
Allegro
win
from
it.
the back.
Now they have
Get
weapons,
Shark.
so they'll probably
Yeah.
get the
In a
armor.
duel right now is
But again,
so-
look, she has like the super long range weapon and a super close range weapon,
Oh,
and
he
she's
saw
using
him.
the
He
super
saw
long
him.
range. So Allegro kind of has
Turn
the
off
advantage
angle.
here
NIU,
in this
both
fight.
angles.
Yeah.
Boy wonder.
I mean, just generally, like a good rule of thumb is when you're at a disadvantage in this game, you don't want to take fights that you don't have to take. So that's, or I mean, when you're at an advantage, you don't want to take fights that you don't have to take. When you're at a disadvantage, it's almost better to just like turn your brain off and just start taking fights, because there's a chance that you make something happen and then all of a sudden the round's winnable. So that's why there, after I hide dice and get two, like I know Ishan's across the map and the other guy's on site with me, so I don't fight him. I just stall as long as I can and start throwing util to make it harder for him to get out on me before Ishan can get there to help.
Like here, for example, we were faking B main again. They kind of took found out and they were like, oh yeah, they're faking B main now. We should just take B main control, and that's when we send Kamara with the op to go hold B main with the fade dog, and we're no longer faking. So it's again, it's all mind games, mental games, stuff like that. Like you have the real game right in front of you, but then you also have the mind games that people are playing. Like you have trap plays, fakes, stuff like that.
Conditioning,
And you have the mental game as well with the momentum. I remember this game goes to like OT or something, right? And
No, we win 13-11.
oh, this one's 13-11.
Real spoiler.
There was one game where it was like it went to like OT, and I conditioned them so often they would just like flash in my smoke, and I knew they would flash in my smoke, and they would always be at like 3 seconds into the smoke they would flash into it. So I just stepped out of the smoke 2.5 seconds in and caught them with their flash out.
Yeah, you start to read the plays a little bit.
Yeah.
Predict.
So.
That was a Giga Drain right there.
And you know, likely since they did spend a lot that round there, they're kind of scraping at the bottom of the barrel for anything. They probably have low utility going in. For those that may be new to Valorant, can you explain kind of the economy of things and how abilities are purchased and kind of the ebb and flow of a match with the economy?
So every game starts off with each team getting $800, and based on whether or not you lose the round, you either get, for winning you get more money, for losing you get less. There are certain things you get money for example, getting kills or putting bomb down. Both of those things give you, I believe, 300 credits.
I think it gives you 200 for a kill, but 300 for the whole team.
Yeah,
for the
it's
bomb.
somewhere around there. I think it's 300 for bomb. Yeah, I think it is 200 for kills. And guns also cost money. So the more powerful guns will cost more money. For example, the AUK costs 7,500 or 4,700, and like an Odin costs like 3,200, and like pistols cost like 300, stuff like that. I don't think there's a single pistol that costs 300, but you get what I mean.
If you buy two shorties, it costs 300.
Yeah. And that's where like the economy really comes into play. You have to manage your money to know what you're getting into next round. Like for example, if you just bought every round, you would never have like a super strong gun. You'd maybe have like a Vandal one round and then maybe like a Stinger the next, right?
You'd never be in a good position.
Yeah, you'd never have like a consistent buy.
The body sliding.
Whereas if you had, like if you saved every once or like every 3 or 4 rounds, then maybe you have guns more often. And obviously if you live, you keep stacking up money, and then there's the max money of like 9,000.
So what were your thoughts? I mean, we'll be going pretty much right away into Game 3, so skipped over lost Game 2, we're going into Game 3, but explain, it's all one video.
Okay.
And it'll cut pretty quickly, but how do you sort of, what was kind of the vibe of the team after that first game when you came back?
I think at this point morale is super high, because I think one of my main roles last semester when Ishan was IGLing was keeping team morale up. So like I mean everyone was hyping each other up, but like I specifically was like going out of my way to make sure everyone knew what they were doing right. So team morale is pretty high at the end of that game because we just beat a better team theoretically, and we came back from 10-2. So I mean at this point we've won 11 rounds to their 1, so it's looking pretty good for us. But I think this is after, I think we lost like Breeze or something, right?
Yeah, this was our second map, so we had lost Breeze, and it was decently close, I think. Or it was either like, because we had 2 matches against them. We had the regular season match and we had the playoff match, so I don't know if I'm getting confused.
This is the regular season.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what.
But I don't remember if it was the Breeze game that was close or if it was the Breeze game that was like super one-sided. So I don't know if our mental was like kind of bad after that. I know after each loss, our mental usually kind of was down in the dump. But we would try to like take like a 5-10 minute break between matches to just reset, go to the bathroom, get some water. And after we went down 10-2, I know it was even worse. But once we came back, we were like, yeah, we can win this game now. We have the momentum, we have the mental game, stuff like that. We're going into Bind, which is, it's not one of our strongest maps, but it is one of the maps that we would work because we knew it wasn't our strongest map. So
So one thing I noticed that was also mentioned on the commentary right when the match originally started, the team compositions are everyone's picking the exact same characters in a game like Valorant where there's more than 5 characters, of course. What kind of factors lead into some of this mirror matchup? Was the meta, for those who might not know, it stands for most efficient tactic available. Like, was the meta at the time this concrete? Or was it just, did it play into Ohio and your team's strengths?
Well, we had messed around with a bunch of different comps on Bind because this map is, it's like a pretty different map from the rest, I would say.
What makes it different?
Just the way you have to play as a defender, since as an attacker you sort of need control of, you'll see like on each site there's 2 main choke points that you have to go through, and you really need both of them if you want an efficient like site hit where you have full control of everything you need to have in order to hold it. So as a defender, one of the best strategies is to aggressively push and hold control of one of those 2 lanes on each site. So you'll see a lot of people like they'll try to fight up B long, or they'll fight showers, or both at the same time sometimes.
Yeah, the main difference with this map, what they were trying to do, I assume, was there's no mid in this map, right? So, and usually normal map design, I don't know if I'd call it normal, but map design, usually there's 3 lanes, and that's how people think of it. Like there's A, mid, B. Or, for example, you can take like Call of Duty, for example, and you'll go through every map and you'll see there's 3 lanes with maybe like 1 to 2 entry points to each lane or stuff like that.
Or like Burning Shrine from Destiny is just a 3x3 grid.
So that's like usual map design is 3 lanes, whereas Bind technically only has 2 lanes. It has A and B and there's no mid. So to make up for that, there's the teleporters, which is the fastest way to rotate, but it's also like the downsides to having that really fast rotation is the fact that the teleporters are kind of out in the open and they make super loud noises when you use them. So
that's where Chamber's broken right there, by the way.
Yeah, you can just teleport 40 meters away at the click of a button.
Don't mind me whiffing on the boom bot. Anyways.
I don't think it was you, that was Kamara.
That was me.
Look at that.
What's it called? So Bind, the meta on this map was kind of like decided because Fnatic was so good on this map. We kind of shadowed our comp around Fnatic's comp, which was the exact same comp that we were using. It was Raze, Sky, Viper, Viper Brim, and I think they actually changed the chamber. I'm not sure. But Fnatic was easily like the #1 best team. I think they were like 13-2 on Bind or something. So everyone was like kind of decidedly, yeah, Fnatic's the best team on Bind. So we tried to model their comp around theirs. Like obviously other teams would use other comps, like, but they were never as efficient as Fnatic was on this map. And it's not only due to the composition of their agents, but it's also because they've practiced it the most and they've had the most time on this map where they can really nail it down.
Yeah, I think the one like common theme you saw back then was like Chamber was pretty much mandatory on every map. Like even there were some maps where like other Sentinels were viable, but you still just wouldn't get as much free value for playing any of the other Sentinels as you do on Chamber, just because of his ability to take space and not get punished for it.
Yeah, especially as a Sentinel, it's not really something you do. As a Sentinel, you're kind of controlling the space that you have. So there's 4 main types of characters in this game. There's duelists, who are normally your first characters in. They're the ones that are supposed to be making space.
Yeah, smoke is definitely like
Initiators, who are helping the duelists take space by putting util behind them, giving them openings for them to take the space. Controllers, who are the smoke agents, they kind of hold down the space that you have taken and that you are about to take. So they like kind of go hand in hand with the initiators. And then there's sentinels, who are supposed to be like the flank holders on attack, and they have like super heavy util on defense to kind of hold their own site.
Yeah, they're supposed to be really strong at preventing enemy players from going near them, pretty much.
Yeah, and Chamber was like a combination of duelist, sentinel, controller type agent.
Almost everything.
Yeah,
he
didn't
just
have
did everybody's job better than they did. For the
he
most
obviously
part.
didn't have like the smokes or the
all the
flashes, but that teleport was so strong, especially putting like an AWP in his hands. He would be able to get in, shoot one bullet, get out, and he'd have a kill and his life full HP, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would say on most maps, the core of the comp was almost like the meta was just shifted completely because of Chamber.
Yeah.
Because before Chamber came out, like Jet was super strong just because she was really efficient at opping because of her dash. But as soon as Chamber came out, like Jet was completely irrelevant because Chamber just did Jet's job at opping better than she did. And then that meant that Raze became better than Jet as a duelist because her utility just was better than Jet's outside of the op.
Yeah, Raze could clear her own corners with her Roombot. She'd have her nade, which did 150 damage, basically anyone that caught in it. She had the 2 satchels, which let her take basically, I think, more space than Jet's dash did.
Yeah, and her ult's just easier to use.
Yeah, and then, of course, you also have the Chamber ult, which is just a free operator, which is $4,700, which only just put him more ahead of Jet. Because you could have, like, a Chamber who's using his op, and if he had an op the previous round, he could drop that to someone else, which is just a savings of $4,000 for that round, so... And then, of course, he also has his pistol, which is $100 per bullet, and it's like a one-shot to the head, which is insane. He used to be even stronger. At this point in time, he had 1 trip, and each bullet in his pistol was $150, and his TP was decreased range-wise. When he first came out, he had 2 trips that slowed longer. His pistol,
infinite range.
Yeah, his pistol was $100 a bullet, and his TP had better range.
I guess Trip still has infinite range at this point, so that's kind of...
Well, yeah, at this point in time, yeah, Trip still had infinite range, but now it doesn't. It has like 40-meter range.
So while we're on the topic of like, balance changes and how your characters become better or worse over time, as players who play in collegiate esports, how much do you have to keep a pulse on which characters are good and which are not? Like how deep do you analyze a patch note that explain the changes?
I feel like at this point, like with the amount of experience that we have, at least, like usually we can take one look at a patch note and like tell like roughly how the meta's gonna shift. Obviously, you never know for sure until you play the patch. But like, I mean, we saw Chamber was getting nerfed and what they were doing, and we're like, I mean, yeah, Chamber's probably barely going to get played anymore. And obviously he barely does get played anymore because they not only buffed Chamber, but they also, they nerfed Chamber, but they buffed Killjoy. And I think they also partially buffed Cypher too.
Yeah, they buffed Cypher's trip and his ult. So he's
just the combination of those 3 things. We just knew Chamber was going to be irrelevant after he got nerfed. So like usually it's kind of easy to tell what's going to happen, but sometimes there's really obscure changes that you don't see effects of until maybe a week or 2 into the patch.
Yeah, and technically Sage is a Sentinel, but nobody actually plays her like a Sentinel. She's more of a
she's like a flex.
She's more of an assistant Sentinel, is what I like to call it, because she can funnel the other team into the other Sentinel's util, which makes her extremely strong when used with another Sentinel.
Yeah, a lot of people like to play. I would say the most common map to see Sage on is like Icebox.
Yeah.
And then after that, probably that's like the only map you see her on commonly. But other than that, like maybe Ascent. Some people like to run Sage on Ascent.
Yeah, the most common ways to use Sage are Sage and Chamber on Icebox, which was like the most common at the time. Because Sage was already decent on Icebox, but adding her with the Chamber, who was already that strong, only made them both even stronger. And then the second most that I saw was Sage Killjoy on the Ascent, which you could you could block off Cat and have all the Killjoy util based on like A main, and you would have an insanely fast site take. If someone took any part of site through main, they would just instantly be dead. One, because of Killjoy util, Killjoy shooting them, and Sage shooting them all at the same time because they wouldn't have to worry about Cat or something like that. Other than that, though, there's like on this map, the obvious meta for like controllers was Viper and Viper paired with Brim, because again, for the same reason that Sage pairing with another Sentinel is good, Viper being paired with another controller is good on this map, because Viper can kind of control as like a Sentinel, and paired with other Sentinel util. I kind of wanted like a Killjoy here instead of a Chamber, but since Chamber was so meta, we just let it happen. And that kill there actually messes with the but for example, like Viper paired with Killjoy and the other Brim would be so strong, because as soon as they walked through the Viper wall, or if they tried to walk through a Viper wall, the Killjoy util would hit them on this map. And then as soon as you knew the Killjoy util hit them, you could flash, swing, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think like the strength of Viper is that her wall is like her smokes are reusable as many times as you want, as long as you wait for the gas to refill. But the weakness is that once you place the wall, you can't move it, and the orb you have to like go physically pick up. Whereas other smokes are more versatile; they can move around and don't have to go pick up their own smokes. They can just kind of throw them down wherever they want, especially Brim and Omen. So kind of the idea we had here was, like I said when I kind of explained like lane control on this map, our idea was to use this wall and orb to like make it really difficult for them to fight us in A short, and then we would kind of walk up and clear U-Haul space, and then drop the wall and all fight out like showers together to clear everything close sight, like super systematically, and just make it super difficult for them to fight us at all.
Yeah, and that's exactly why you have to pair Viper up with another controller on this map, because if you didn't have the extra Brim smokes where you could take sight with just Brim, you wouldn't be able to use the Viper orb and wall like this every round, where due to having the Brimstone, I was able to put my wall up every single round on A and had my orb every single round on A, and I was able to just get the site free basically, right? We kind of threw this round, but I was able to just walk up short, like Allegro said, and I was able to do stupid buys, like I had to judge this round, just to take U-Haul control.
Yeah.
You mentioned a little bit a couple rounds ago of agents being paired with another, and also the intuition of you can read patch notes and kind of get a feel for what the meta is going to be right away. When a new agent comes out, which I believe is every 2 months in Valorant, do you kind of look at an agent's abilities and instantly go, okay, they'll probably be good on this map, or they'll be paired well with this agent?
Yeah.
Like with Gecko being released recently, was there an instant feel of what maps they might be good on, or how
my thought process when addressing Gecko was that because Gecko is so different than any character we've seen yet, like he has all the normal like abilities people has. He has like a Molly, and he has sort of a raise boombot sort of thing in Wingman, and he's got his flash/scan thing that all the initiators have. But the way they operate is so much different. Like he's got his flash like shoots a projectile and it covers your screen rather than actually flashing you, and his little Roomba thing that is sort of made off of Raze's boombot, it stuns instead of explodes, and it can plant spike and defuse, which that's a whole story in and of itself. And his Molly's way bigger, but it's on a delayed explosion, so you can see what I mean. Like everything is similar, but it works differently. So my thought process going into like playing Gecko like was just to throw everything I knew about the game with him out the window, because I don't know like how his abilities are gonna work. It's almost like playing a different game. I feel like, but now that we've kind of got a feel for him, it's still Valorant, but there's no way to really predict when they change up the abilities that much.
Yeah. With every agent that comes out, you kind of have to just theory craft every single time that an agent comes out. Like, for example, Fade, when she came out, everyone was like, oh, she's probably going to be strong to, like, she was crafted to get rid of Chamber, and then they nerfed Chamber, and it was like, okay, so now what's the point, right? Because of her dog would find the Chamber that was opping, or her eye would find the Chamber that was opping, or the Suck would, like, keep the Chamber in place. But then people realized, oh, wait, the Suck doesn't actually interact with Chamber that way, and he's able to just TP out of it, or... the dog, he can TP before it hits him, stuff like that. And people found out later, like, oh, you can suck nade, right? You can
combo her C's with the raise
nade, and it's super strong. And then people were like, okay, maybe it's not as strong anymore because people people know all the common spots with suck nade, so you have to be kind of sneaky about it or stuff like that. As agents get buffed or nerfed and stuff like that, the interactions between other agents with them also get buffed or nerfed. More so, like, the Fade Suck has never really been changed, so if it ever does get changed, we never know what it's going to do to, like, maybe Raise nade. Or, like, for example, Boombot with Raise got its duration shortened recently from 10 seconds to 5 seconds, whereas Raise used to be a must-pick on Bind because she could clear out Hookah. Without having to actually go in it because the Boombot had a lineup from spawn that it would just clear out Hookah. Now that Boombot lineup doesn't exist anymore because the timing got messed up. So people have to, once again, theory craft with Bind. But now Bind's out, so now you have to be worried about the other map because there's a map pool. It's a lot of different theories that you have to kind of come up with and test, and then maybe this didn't work, let's try something else. Like, for example, our Bind comp changed like 4 times before this. Like, we never went with a Viper.
Or we just like switched who was playing what, because I think I was playing Brimstone when we finally set on this comp, and I played one match on Brimstone, and I like hated my life because I was playing really bad, and I just felt like I had no impact. And playing Fred Rice was on Sky, and I was technically like the main initiator, I think. With playing Fred Rice usually filling the flex initiator role, so I was like, hey, why don't I just play initiator since he played some Brimstone and ranked, and he's like, okay, and then we just switched it.
So as a team, as NIU Esports, how much time do you spend theory crafting when these large changes come out, and it kind of turns the game on its head?
Yeah, look at that. First kill.
I feel like, I mean, Ishan could probably answer this question better than I could, so I don't even know why I started talking, but for me, I like to think about it like on my own time, and then I would bring my ideas to the table at the beginning of practice, especially if we had set aside time to do some server work and custom games just by ourselves or something.
They know he's there. He's looking for kills.
I spend a lot of time theory crafting. Like, it's
no way. He's gonna sit.
I can't quantify how much time I put in, but
here comes.
I always spend a lot of time working on my game. Like,
really
just this week, as soon as I got back from spring break, I immediately, like, I kind of hopped into a server because I was like, okay, I kind of want to test out this thing that I was thinking about over spring break. And Gecko was out too. Like, the day that Gecko came out, I kind of got him immediately, and then I was like, okay, let's come up with some util execs, and I made like a video and of like different things that you can do. Like, for example, the Fade Eye that Allegra did on Ascent, or the Suck that he does on Ascent, is because of me theory crafting and going through and like, hey, line it up with this line, and you can get like an eye that covers sight. Or sometimes you don't even have to do the theory crafting, and there's a website, there's a valoplant.gg, and it has like lineups for every agent. So when new agents come out, you can go there and see what people have already theory crafted for you. Like, for example, I have a KO A exec that only the team knows, because nobody else really does the exact. So but again, when it comes to new agents coming out, you do have to put in that time. Even when Fade first came out, people were like, okay, well, she's not going to be that strong because Sova's already in the game. Or vice versa, people were like, oh, she's going to be so much stronger because Sova kind of sucks. Or whatever, like whatever people thought. So people would be either more comfortable or less comfortable with Fade. And again, when people will get more comfortable with a character, the skill gap gets higher with that character. So you can eventually put in more comps, stuff like this.
So you guys take a super aggressive, kind of going into the game, you guys take a super aggressive push on the site. Was there a reason why this round specific? Because typically, I've noticed from these rounds it's a little more slow. What was the call for playing things fast? And
my strategy on Bind was literally, it's called defaulting every single round. Defaulting is basically having a default setup where you have each person, they have a specific job that they need to do and they know what their job is because you've committed like a strat to it. So it's called defaulting, and when you say, okay, let's default this round, everyone knows exactly what they have to do. You don't have to add more and stuff like that.
And does defaulting look different for each team depending on what they
Yeah,
do?
so each team has their own default, and I would call that every single round, and then I was like, okay, you know what? I think their B's been a little bit weak, and they don't have the the best buy on B. We sort of figured out. That's another thing. Back on Ascent, I was saying okay, you kind of figure out stuff that you have with the information that you're given, and no information is still information. Whereas you also have the information, hey, they've been playing this every single round. And I was like, you know what? We have the alts for this. They are weak there. Let's just do it. That was kind of the call. I was like, okay, you know what? We have a specific Rush B strat, and I think the alts that we have complement the Rush B strat, and they don't have the ults to counter the Rush B strat that we have. So whatever, let's just do it, and let's see what we have.
Yeah,
Paid off.
I think also because this map is two-site and there's no mid, the only way you can play this, if you think about it, is a 2-3 split. Whether you're leaning B or you're leaning A, that's the most even way you can play it. So they're going to be weaker one site regardless. And the general idea we got was that they were weak B because they weren't really fighting to hold space in hookah. We kind of just walked up and took it, which told us that they probably were only 2 stacking B.
Yeah,
how many rounds would you say it kind of takes if they're doing it consistently, say every round? How long does it take you to come to that realization?
Okay, if they're doing it every round, I would say maximum 3 or 4 rounds. If you're a decent IGL, it should only take you 2 to 3 rounds to recognize that pattern. There's a lot of times where they're kind of switching it up, but if they are switching it up after 5 or 6 rounds, you'll kind of get a sense as to when they're switching it up and why. There'll be certain util that they're doing anytime they switch it up, or there'll be a certain pattern that they're doing. For example, we knew that Viper and Sky like to play B pretty much every round, and we figured out the reason that Ohio's defense was so even to our attack, because defense is obviously supposed to have the advantage. The reason that they're especially on this map, is because they weren't taking that space that they were supposed to take on the defensive side. They weren't taking they weren't taking long as they were supposed to, or they weren't taking short as they were supposed to, or something like that. And we were able to exploit that, and that's how we kept getting that long control, and that's why we kept going B every single round. That's why I kept calling the default, because I was like, listen, maybe they misplay it, because we still haven't seen how they're going to hold showers, or how they're going to hold long. Maybe they misplay it, so whatever, let's just keep going back to the default. Let's see what they keep doing, and at that point I was like, okay, well, they're really not doing anything. We can just do whatever we want, and that's how a team will break the default. As you can see, we won the last 4 rounds, and that was because we learned, hey, listen, look, they're obviously not strong at this spot. Let's just keep going at it. Let's not give it up too early. Let's maybe throw a fake in there. Let's do what we want to do.
Yep.
And then you talked about identifying opposing plans. Is there ever a point where you have to shift your own plan and what you brought into the match in the middle of the game? Is there any sort of thinking or crafting how to play something differently on a win, or is it you know your strat, you just have to make it work better?
Oh no, it's every single round you have to change up the strat. Your strategies in pre-round strategies in Valorant last 2 seconds at most. You'll have something set up, and then they'll have something exactly set up for what you want to do, especially when it's a season like this and the other team has a week to prepare for your game.
Especially since this is near the end of the season.
Yeah, so
you have plenty of footage on each other.
Yeah, we said about that earlier,
Yeah, so we have obviously we have our note sheets on them. They have their note sheets on us, so they know what we're going to do.
Just like that falls down.
So, just right there, they probably knew that, okay, they're playing 1-1 because we're down an agent or whatever. or we had to back up, and we really didn't show any more presence after that, like that we're playing 1-1. So they knew that we had to do something, and they took advantage of that. So yeah, especially for well-versed teams, like your pre-round strats, sometimes they don't even last a second. Like it'll be like, damn, they had the exact counter for what we wanted to do. So a lot of IGLing is, I keep saying IGLing, I should say it's in-game leader.
Basically being the captain of the team.
But basically IGLing is not only is it pre-round, it's also mid-rounding, and like during the round you have to change up the call, or you have to micromanage sometimes, like, hey, I need you exactly in this position to be ready for what they're gonna do. But here's the thing, right? If you you can see this in other sports, like if you're not playing your game, you're playing theirs, and then you're just gonna lose.
That's the thing in every esport. You have to stick to your own plan and play your own game.
You have to control the tempo. You have to control the pace. Like there's pace of play as well. Like the default. There was an old CS:GO team that controlled the pace so well that they would with 15 seconds left in every round, and they would almost always have the advantage, because they controlled the pace. They controlled the timing of everything. So they were able to keep that control, and that's how they got their advantage. Whereas, like right there, I kind of caught a timing. You can't really see it. It's on the mini map, but I have like a wall that leaves me a pocket in hookah, and it's kind of annoying for the other team to clear.
Yeah, and they have to walk through it 3 times to get to site too, which is also annoying.
So I knew, like, okay, I have a timing. I'm just gonna kill him with the shotgun that I bought specifically for this strat, and then they weren't expecting it. And then I ran stack towards A because I knew, listen, they're not gonna run into a Viper wall with a shotgun here, so they're gonna just run straight to B or straight to A. So I run to A, and then we have a 5 stack into 4. So, and even with disadvantaged guns, that's still a decent little take because they still have to split sight.
Game is not over, but NIU
So,
does have
You guys are put in a good position winning the pistol round and the round subsequently to that. If you can give me just like a mathematical number, because we all know pistol round is weighted a little more than the other rounds, with some exceptions. But how much more is a pistol round worth than another round?
Twice as much under normal economy, theory crafting.
I don't know what to comment on right now.
The meta's been changing a little bit lately because of the buffs on the Stinger. You can buy a Stinger with a worse buy. Normally people like to buy Spectres, and before you'd have to buy light armor Stinger and no util if you lost the pistol round, or just not have a Stinger. And the idea is if we save after losing pistol round, we can buy rifles round 3. So the idea is you're sort of trading losing that second round willingly and maybe dealing some damage to guarantee yourself the third round win.
Dude, they're all trapped in that box.
You don't technically have to trade off the loss for the win. There is a 20% chance that you win that eco round, or save round is what people call it as well.
Yeah.
Imagine
but yeah, the pistol round, I wouldn't even. I don't think it's twice as much. I wouldn't say it's that much more important. The pistol round kind of gives you an advantage. It's a definite advantage for the next round at least. But I wouldn't say it's twice as important because there's teams that win without ever winning a pistol round.
It's not exactly twice as much.
Yeah,
there's a lot of factors that go into it, but I mean generally, if you win pistol round, the idea is the score after that should end up being 2-1 if played both sides perfectly, and then the team who won pistol usually comes out with a better economy after that. So it's just generally a lot more important, but it's kind of hard to quantify specifically.
Yeah, usually after pistol round, worst case situation is it's 2-1, but sometimes it's not the thing.
Sometimes it ends up being 1-1, and then you're in trouble.
Yeah, and then it's 1-2, and then you're like, okay, well, now we're finally buying guns, and we should have been buying guns this round with an advantage. So then that's where the mental game comes into play again, right? Because you're like, oh, we should have had an advantage this round because we won pistol round. So it's not only an in-game advantage, but there's also that mental advantage to winning pistol round because hey, now that we won pistol round, now we get the basically the second
Jackie
round
looks
almost for
away.
free.
Take it out! Oh my gosh,
Um,
Allegro,
but-
excellent duel in mid.
Yeah, because until the Stinger was buffed, there's really no way for them to contend a full Spectre buy after losing Pistol round.
Yeah, you would kind of have to go with the Sheriff or even just not buying it all just to save as
Still
much
in
money as you
action,
can.
steps in the ball.
And
He's on fire, literally.
the Stinger, yeah, the Stinger buff combined with the Chamber release with his weapons made it so that the second round was, so that the pistol round was a little less
No, they
important.
don't!
I wouldn't
What are you
say,
aiming at?
I wouldn't say it's not important, but it was a little less important.
So what's going on here during this round to get this very tense 1v1 situation? Are you doing most of the talking as the in-game leader? Huge play from playing Fried Rice.
In a 1v1, I feel like where he knows where he is,
You
like
just stay
both players,
quiet?
yeah, we kind of just let him do his own thing.
That was like,
Again, it comes down to trusting your teammates.
Yeah. Sometimes maybe you'll hear something that it doesn't seem apparent that they heard. Maybe they missed like a footstep cue or something, and they don't change their behavior or react to it at all. So then sometimes you'll like tell them, wait, you heard him like here, and they'll be like, oh, and that'll be helpful. But for the most part, it's best just to stay quiet so they can stay focused and play their own game.
Yeah, for example, like in like 1v4s, I would maybe say like whatever, I'll just talk and I'll like give some insight to what I think you could do in the round, or like someone will say like, hey, this is how much blank blank was hit or whatever, and that'll help them a little bit, or it'll give them insight as to where they need to go. But in like 1v1s or 1v2s, stuff like that, anything where it's like a super tense clutch situation, kind of just let your teammates play. As the IGL, I always used to tell them, if I'm dead, one of you needs to make the call, because I was like, when I'm dead, it's like I don't have the information that I could be getting, and one of you is receiving more information than I am, because I'm constantly switching between viewpoints to try and get as much information as possible. So it's really hard for the IGL to make a call while he's dead, because it's not because of a lack of information, but I think it's more of an excessive information, because now they have not only the comms that they have and their viewpoint, but they also have the other 4 viewpoints and the comms now. So it was like, sometimes it was like overwhelming, and I would tell someone, just listen, I can't make the call. Someone has to just call, so like either Allegro or Agro would just take over and be like, hey, can we flash this? Let's make a play here. Something like that. There are times in 1v1s where I would micromanage, but those, I think that was more rare than common. As the IGL, it is more of the job just to keep people structured, not micromanaging them.
Yeah, not tell them how to play, but
yeah. Because at some point, like during practice, we're all working together, so we all know what each other wants to do, but we don't know exactly when each other are doing it, and that's where like comms come into play. Like, hey, I'm swinging now. Like, we don't have it down to the microsecond when we're gonna swing. So there's like the ping pong strat, or like 1, 2, 3 swing, stuff like that.
Can you explain the ping pong strat a little bit?
Yeah. So whenever someone wants to swing an angle and they don't have like util, or don't want to use the util, but they really need to take like a 1v1, and they might see that there's a player near them, a lot of people will say, hey, I want to swing this, can we swing this? And then you have to wait for the other person to say yeah, and then you have to say, okay, 3, 2, 1, swing, and then you double swing. But the ping pong strat, all you do is say ping, and the other person you're with knows that you want to swing, and then as soon as they say pong, that means they're ready to swing, and then you both swing. So it just cuts down on the time you need for the decisiveness and everything as well.
Yeah, because the biggest like time-consuming things in Valorant is indecisiveness. And I made like a video, like an 8-minute video talking about indecisiveness from one like 15-second play that my friend had, and that was kind of how I taught like that indecisiveness wasn't the was like an enemy, and we needed to just cut down on comms that were like,
Yeah.
hey, can we do this? Instead of saying like, can you do this, just say, I'm doing this. Because when it gets rid of the other person saying yes or no, and then if they can't, they'll just say no.
Or cancel, yeah.
Yeah. And then
So
bang.
like instead of saying, "Hey, do you have flash?" Yeah, I have flash. Okay, can you flash this? Yeah, I'm flashing. 3, 2, 1. You just say flash this, and they say it can't flashing, or they say cancel because they don't have it or they don't want to. It just cuts down a lot on the time, because like regardless if you're making like a bad decision, you need to like commit to that decision. It's better to just make the decision and make it quickly than, make the right decision but take 10 times longer to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar in the kind of mindset with Overwatch coaching. When I used to coach the team, it's the belief that it's better to do the wrong thing together than to do the right thing.
Yeah.
5 separate quote unquote right things.
Yeah.
I got one.
It's kind of the same thing here. Obviously, it's not all at the same time, but it is better to do it. Better to do something together with a teammate than take 15 seconds and then not be able to do it at all because you've already wasted the time that you had the timing to do the thing. Like I was talking about it with the Overwatch coach earlier. As you go up in ranks in Overwatch, the subconscious things need to be faster in Overwatch, whereas in Valorant, they don't have to necessarily be faster, but you have to make more decisions in the same amount of time that you had to make the decisions that you made. Like, so example, if you're like Silver, maybe the decision you have to make is, okay, how do I peek the angle and where should my crosshair be when I peek the angle? But when you're Platinum or like Diamond, the decision is, okay, how should I peek this angle? Where should my crosshair be? What util do I have? Are there teammates near me? And you have to make those decisions in the same amount of time that you had to make the 2 decisions that you had in Blat.
Yeah, and then at the level like this, which I'm sure you'd also see mirrored in Overwatch. I know I've talked to some of the players, but it's how am I peeking this angle? Where is my crosshair? What util do I have? All of that, but then also, what is my plan if this doesn't work, or what do I do if I get a kill? What util might they use to respond to me with? What ultimates do they have online that could threaten my play? Like, you have to think about like pretty much everything all at once.
Yeah, and that's where people will say like the conscious decisions need to become subconscious, and that's how you rank up. Is you focus on the conscious decisions. Like for example, if you know your crosshair placement is bad, okay, let's focus on crosshair placement for like a week. Once that week is up, we determine, hey, is my crosshair placement subconscious or is it conscious still? And if it's still conscious, you keep doing the work on the crosshair placement, and once it becomes subconscious, then you can work on another thing. And that's how you kind of start stacking the decisions on top of each other. It's kind of hard to work on multiple things at once, especially if it's like in the same category or in different categories. Because if it's in the same category, you kind of can. But, for example, gunfight hygiene is what some people call it.
Explain. I don't know if I've heard that one before.
It's basically how you shoot your weapon, how you peek the angle, and like what fights you take depending on the weapon that you have, right? So, for example, if you have a Vandal and you're within like say 10 to 15 meters, you can kind of just run and gun. Between 15 to I'd say 25 meters, you can 2-tap, but once you hit your first 2-tap, you just immediately start spraying. From 25 to like 40 meters is just 2 taps, and then from 40 plus out is you can choose whether you want to ADS, and then 2 taps plus 1 tap.
Yeah, and it includes stuff like strafing too, or like the way you condition them before you take the peek.
Yeah.
So like maybe you've been like shallow peeking, like close to the wall every time, and so sometimes you'll wide swing, and then you do that too many times, and they'll start crosshair placing for the wide swing instead of the shallow peek. So then you'll jiggle close a few times, so they'll move their crosshair closer to the wall to try to get ready for your shallow peek, but then you'll wide swing after that. It's sort of like conditioning. It's just generally the way you take the fight is what it is.
That is true.
Yeah, and then every single weapon in this game has different gunfight hygiene. Like, you wouldn't swing the same way with a Vandal as you did with an AWP, because the AWP is is not as mobile as it is at the Vandal, and it doesn't have as high as a fire rate. So you want to kind of just be already situated on the angle that you want to be swinging with the op instead of swinging or, for example, like the most extreme example I can give is a Spectre versus an op, where a Spectre wants to be, or a Stinger versus an op, a Stinger wants to be extremely close range, like within 10 meters, and it wants to be run and gunning, whereas an op wants to be at least 25 meters away, or like I would say at least like 15 meters away at the very least. And you want to already be holding an angle. You don't want to be like moving into the angle, which is like the most extreme example I can
or
give.
even like a judge rather than a stinger, because if you think about it, the judge and the op accomplish the same thing. They both have one-shot potential and are very strong at holding an angle. But the judge, you have to do it from point blank, and it doesn't suffer from movement penalty nearly as much as the op does, so it plays very differently than the op, even though they accomplish the same goal.
So in this game specifically, you guys are been at match point for a while, but they've strung together a few rounds in a row. Have you? What was kind of going through your minds? Is there any doubts that I guess you call the timeout to kind of, was this purely just to get a break and to collect thoughts, or was there something that you wanted to go over specifically?
I think from a player's standpoint, Ishan can talk about his standpoint as an IGL after this, but I think the only reason we're losing these rounds is because of a bunch of small little mistakes that are just like little tiny dumb things that we've just gotten in the bad habit of here after losing a bunch of rounds in a row, that we just need to reset and mentally like zone back in and fix our little mistakes so that we can close it out.
Yeah, from the IGL standpoint, you kind of notice minute things that sometimes the players don't realize that they're doing. So, like, taking that time out, not only does it slightly resets the momentum that Ohio has, because they've just won 3 rounds in a row, so we can, like, slow down, let's stop, let's regroup, let's stop this momentum they have. Not only does it do that, but it also allows me time to, hey, let's talk about the things that went wrong. Let's talk about the things that we've been seeing. What have we been seeing? What have they been doing that we can exploit? And like not focus on yourselves, because you kind of want to keep. I think this is Kamara's 3K where he just gets 3 that just walk into his crosses. Yeah, and this is how he clutches it. But yeah, the timeout, at least in my perspective, was the best way for us to. It was the best way for us to stop their momentum and kind of regain our mental. And that's kind of how I use the timeouts more than likely.
That's my son. Remember?
There would be times, like in games, where my mental would be bad enough where I would just forget about it. Or I would be like, yeah, we don't need it. Stuff like that. Do you want me to pause it?
Taking the W.
Yeah, you can pause it. So yeah, share your final thoughts. But as actually, share your final thoughts, and we'll go into the conclusion afterwards.
Yeah. But the timeout, the way I would use it was to like kind of slow down the enemy team, give us time to regroup, time to like just take a breather. Sometimes that was really all we needed. Like it would just take maybe like a couple breaths of fresh air, just take like a quick stretch. That's all we really needed, because once you go up big in like a match, or you just came back from like a huge deficit, like from that 10-2, sometimes your mental is just so good you kind of start zoning out. And you're like, okay, I can just start autopiloting this game pretty much. And in reality, you really can't. Anytime you autopilot, you're going to eventually make a mistake. So you have to get back in the mindset that you're zoned in and you need to win this game, stuff like that. And that's where the mental comes in. Like those thoughts where it's like, we've had an unlucky string of rounds. I'm just making stupid mistakes. I need to stop these mistakes. Sometimes you saying I need to stop these mistakes can cause you to make more mistakes, which is detrimental. So that timeout just stops it.
Yourself out in a way.
Yeah.
But as you know, we close out day 1 of the Streamathon. Is there anything that you guys want to say as we conclude?
Thank you to all of our donors today. We appreciate you guys coming out and supporting us. And we hope to bring you another good season of Valorant next year.
Yeah, thank you not only to the donors, but to the people that come out and watch our games as well. We we do watch the games after we've played them. We can see chat and how it reacted, and it is kind of fun for us to like go back and see the people that were like saying things with our names or like copy pastas and stuff like that. It is like a good mental boost, especially sometimes after tough losses or after really fun wins or stuff like that. It is a fun mental boost to come back and look at chat. So thank you guys for coming out and watching our games.
We're all reading, we're following along with you guys. So thank you guys, and I can wrap it up from here. So we will. We'll be back in just 1 second to conclude today's day 1 of our Streamathon.
So before we conclude day 1 of the NIU Esports Streamathon, we do have one more donation coming in for the day. A very extremely generous one, and it is $500 from Ann Kaplan. And thank you so much for your incredible donation. That's going to provide a student with scholastic support for an entire year. That donation, and with all matching gifts in total, that brings us to a day 1 total of $3,246. So thank you to everyone who's no matter if you donated, played, supported, any little bit helps. So thank you to everyone, but especially those who have donated today. But we'll be back one more time for one more day tomorrow. So we'll start off with another introduction overview, get to meet some more of our wonderful varsity players, move into Mario Kart. So four player fun. Figure out which varsity team of Overwatch, Valorant, Rocket League, or League of Legends is the best at Mario Kart. Followed by another trivia night. So hope you have your thinking caps on. That will be varsity specific trivia. And we'll close out the night with the something I've been looking forward to a lot is the FPS showdown. So a couple of the players that you heard from tonight will be going up against the Overwatch team. We talked about the differences and similarities in organized Valorant and Overwatch a lot. Well, it'll all be put to the test tomorrow. So we'll be live same time, 5 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. And for those that may be interested, you still can donate even though our stream isn't live, and you can head to dog.niu.edu/NIU Esports, one long word. And so with that, my name is Alex Kramer. I'm the Assistant Director of Esports here at NIU, wishing you all a fantastic night.